Tess.
I hear the sweet, sweetest sound of heaven drifting down to this earth. Bless the Father, bless the Son. I hear the sweet, sweetest sound of the drum of heaven as it echoes through the valley, drifting down I smell the sweet, sweet sound of Cadillac going down, coming down to the yard. I smell the sweet.
Okay, this is the Tuesday, March 12th, 2024 City Council meeting, and we're going to start with the roll call from Anne Marie.
Councilmember Orgill,
Here.
Councilmember Weiss,
Here.
Councilmember Whalen,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi,
Here.
Mayor Kim.
Here. And Councilmember Weiss has a pledge of allegiance. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as we're coming out of closed session from 4:30 to 5, I'll ask the city attorney, Megan Garibaldi, if there's any report out of closed session.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the 3 items listed on the closed session agenda. There were no speakers in advance of closed session, and City Council recessed just at 5 p.m. No reportable action was taken.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask now the city attorney, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda this evening?
Speaking for the city attorney, item
Or
4,
the city manager?
it is requested, hey, who am I? We respectfully ask that you delete item 4 on the agenda consent calendar this evening. We'll return at a later date.
Do we need a motion or anything?
If there's consensus, that will be sufficient. If there's consensus among council, or we can take a motion.
Everybody okay with that? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good.
Yes.
All right. Okay, I'm going to open up for public communications. Anything that's not on the agenda this evening, please step forward. Anybody have anything they want to talk about that's not on our agenda this evening? Okay,
How are you? My name's Thomas Fleming and I'm a dog trainer. And to be a dog trainer, you have to be a body language expert. And basically I can tell everybody in here is in fear in some sort of way. They're sad in some sort of way. They're depressed in some sort of way. Because if you were happier in a good mood, you wouldn't allow people with guns in here. Those are lethal weapons that can kill people. Many people die of guns every day, and people will say, oh, you know what? Guns protect people. Guns protect people, right? But really, in a civilized society, we should have some sort of tranquilizer dart that makes people go to, fall asleep, right? But I'm pretty sure you're all too smart, right, to get that advance, right? Because bullets is the best way to solve things, right? Having people with bullets in their gun and shooting people. Tranquilizer darts, that's a good thing. That's really caring for human life. I know it's a very advanced way of thinking. But I mean, it saves lives. Guns do not save people. Guns are meant to kill people. Number 2, I was on the ocean because I love Laguna Beach. When I say I love Laguna Beach, I love Laguna Beach. A lot of you don't love Laguna Beach. I run here 18 miles a day just to get to Laguna Beach. That's how much I love it. And I found a bird that had tar on him, right? Because there are oil spills and you guys cover it up. You don't want to tell the public, oh, there's tons of trash on the beach. Let's cover it up, with stuff so people don't know about it. So I saved the bird. It had tar all over him, was drowning in front of the deck. Everybody just eating, oh, look, there's a bird that's dying. Who cares? And there were thankfully 2 angels, 2 women who were sitting there. And I said, can you help me? Since Laguna Beach doesn't care about wildlife, since they let all this oil run up and they don't care. They wear suits. They look like they care, but really they don't. Leadership does not care in Laguna Beach for life in Laguna Beach. How sick. So I saved that bird, and thankfully those 2 people called Huntington Beach, said, yeah, come on, drive up to Huntington Beach and we'll help the bird. Nothing in Laguna Beach can help a bird that has tar on them. I wonder how many birds drown every day here. Dogs. How many dogs are run over here every day? Humans. How many humans are hit by cars every day? Every week. How many humans are hit by cars? Do you really care? Do you say thoughts and prayers on Facebook? Oh, thoughts and prayers. What do you do? What do you do? Aren't you leaders? What are you gonna do? You gonna use those minds? Or you're just gonna keep watching Netflix, watching TV? Thoughts and prayers. Let's keep making our money. Let's keep making our money. Thoughts and prayers for the people getting run over and the animals getting run over, right? Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on anything not on the agenda this evening?
And no more clock. Yeah.
We have a clock. You just can't see
Have
it.
it.
See the
Oh,
lights.
it's right in front of me now. Oh, great.
Mhm.
Okay, this, you know why I'm here. Again, that dreaded P word, the pickleball police is back. And I'd
the
like to try
microphone-
and play the
The
video
microphone a little closer. Thank
a
you.
little closer. Can we try to play that video for 30 seconds this time? This is, I should clarify, this is on a Wednesday. The past 2 weeks I've been recording, and again, it's a Wednesday when that they're supposed to be using the owl paddles. And this is what we hear. So does that sound quiet to you? I know that I appreciate you're trying to find a solution for this nightmare that keeps on going with pickleball, not just Lang Park, but other locations where it's disrupting residents. And the quiet paddle has failed to stop the noise. I've been listening every day, and it's not what I want to be doing. I'd like to do something else now that I'm 74 and would like to be relaxing. And I'm glad that finally did work. And I thank you guys for trying. But the owl paddles are not working, as you just heard, and the sound is impossible this close to where we live. I appreciate all the council members who did come over during the past year to listen for themselves. Only one knew immediately that something was wrong and they had to be stopped. And Mark, when you came, I know you didn't get to hear the hideous noise, but you did come by yourself. And as you stated at the last agenda, I was so hopeful when you said this was unbearable. I don't know how they stand it. And I was literally jumping up and down, but then you suddenly said, please, let's have more mitigation. And you asked Michael to do that. So I was devastated and my heart sank. And then Alex, as you stood on my deck and saw those courts literally right there, I also said, oh boy, here's another one. He's going to sympathize. He's going to vote to stop and move these courts, which is the only solution for us. So when you last time again said, oh, by the way, why don't we try some quiet paddles and balls? Aren't they useful? Won't these be helpful? And that was, oh dear God, that was a real blow. So the reason I know that now that is a problem is I hear people on the patio, now that the noise has been shortened, they're actually sitting going, oh, isn't it nice to have quiet on one Monday or one that Tuesday? I said, okay, this is enough. This has to stop. You must move the courts. And Bob, I'm again reminding you when you were mayor to find a permanent solution. Close these courts, please move them away from us so we can have peace of mind that we deserve daily, not just once in a while. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the Laguna Beach community. My name is Erin Slattery, and I'm the CEO of the Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce. The Laguna Beach Chamber of Commerce is busy preparing for the Stay the City, April 2nd, presented by Empress Builders. We invite you to join us for upcoming ribbon cuttings. We've got Moon Goat ribbon cutting on the 28th of this month. That is from 2 to 4. That's the drive-through coffee shop in North Laguna. We have the Museum of Make-Believe on April 25th, 5:30. We're so excited to have them coming in across from the Surf and Sand Hotel. And we have the Jesse Reese Foundation on April 11th at 4 p.m. That is in Irvine, but we're going to make some joy jars, so it should be a lot of fun. We also have our meet and greets this month on Wednesday, the 20th at Yummy Dogs, and next month, Wednesday 17th at Bodega. So it'll be lots of fun with good food at those two restaurants. Tickets are already on sale for the golf tournament on May 14th, presented by Visit Laguna. We're looking for golfers, silent auction items, and sponsors and swag. So if you want to promote your business, we'd love to have you at our golf tournament. And of course, Pageant of the Masters Locals Night is July 3rd. We look forward to seeing everybody at one of our events.
Okay, thanks,
you.
Aaron. Anybody else?
Hello, Greg Viviani here. Good evening, city council members, South Laguna Beach resident. So I'm here once again to speak about this sand berm situation in South Laguna at the Aliso Creek Beach. We need to break the berm, keep this water flowing, allow the wave riding community and homeowners to be able to dig, temporarily trench the sand and to get the water flowing when the beach is not overcrowded. Keeping this water stagnant and not flowing is bad. Everyone knows the gross Aliso smell driving down that part of the road over the bridge. Well, the majority of the time is when the first 1,000 feet of the creek sits stagnant, creating more harmful bacteria growth and mosquitoes. So per the San Diego Water Board, the MS4 permit requires discharge to develop and implement a stormwater management program with the goal of reducing the discharge of pollutants to the maximum extent practical. So basically, the longer that water sits, the more bacteria builds up, causing more pollution to eventually go into the ocean anyways. The creek broke today by itself, a little bit to the north. All by itself, it flowed out for about 45 minutes. Yesterday, a homeowner was digging the creek to flow straight, but it was already flowing anyways, and he was just trying to help out. One of the lifeguards told him to stop. The super lifeguards came over, but at this time, the creek was already flowing. Then 2 park rangers came over, but the supervisor lifeguards told them nothing was needed. This was a great thing. I'm urging the city and city staff to change the directives of the lifeguards and park rangers to simply regulate digging of the creek on crowded beach days, not when the beach is empty or a small amount of people on the sand. This is a waste of their time. Once the creek starts to trickle or flow, then have the lifeguards come over and watch, maintain, and manage the creek flow for about 45 minutes to an hour and a half that will last. There's no law saying it's illegal to dig a small trench in the sand, which usually this is what is required to break the berm. A few days ago, a homeowner and myself were trenching the sand berm out to make this flow straight because it was going to the north already, which would have been bad, causing a public nuisance and possible more damage to the homes. 2 guards came over to tell us to stop. We did not. We kept digging. Then the supervisor guards came over and saw the situation. They were very receptive. By that time, the city public works came down and they were able to finish what the homeowner and myself started to save this directional flow, not letting it flow to the north. By that time, it was basically just going to repeat the process. When the tide comes in, it fills it up, it needs to go. The longer it sits stagnant, the worse the quality, it causes more problems. You guys see what happens when it flows to the north, to the south, when we don't keep it flowing straight. Shouldn't be illegal. Future wave riders love riding these waves. You've seen my videos, I'm sure, and I'm going to keep fighting to protect this wave. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pat Gallus. I'm here again to talk about CEQA and the abuse that's being put upon this city by the lawsuits filed by the Laguna Beach Preservation Coalition. I was out of town, but the last couple of meetings, the project at 337 Hawthorne, my understanding is the city lost a part of the lawsuit. And there is some financial repercussions according to that. And that's fine. That's the way the law works. But the unique thing about CEQA is the petitioners, they can recoup their lawyer fees, whereas the defendants or the city can't. It's one of the quirks of CEQA, and that's how it's being abused and used by individuals that don't want change. And my personal belief on this particular project, it's vindictive. The gentleman that owns the property, he's a vocal critic of some of these members. And I think it's just abuse. And I just want to make the rest of the city aware of what's actually occurring and who these people are. It's a creation of Village Laguna and the Orange County Preservation Coalition. The coalition was created by these individuals to file lawsuits, and it's a nightmare for this city. And these people need to be called out for it. Thank you again for your time.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Anybody else want to speak? Okay, we just really don't clap in here. Anybody want to speak on anything not on the agenda this evening? Okay, I'll close public communications and we'll go to council and city manager comments. I'll start with our city manager, Sean Joyce.
None this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Weiss.
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Mark?
I'd just like to thank Rivian for including the community in their new vehicle launch last week. It was really a nice event, and a lot of the community showed up to it. And I really appreciated their interaction with the community and their willingness to work with us.
Thank you.
Nothing this evening.
Sorry to break the trend. I just have a few quick things. So first is I attended the ceremony at West Street Beach for the completion of South Coast Water District's major tunnel project. The mayor and I sit on the South Laguna Water Advisory Committee, and the mayor gave some good remarks about that. And it's very exciting for all of Laguna, because we all have an interest in not having spills into the ocean. That project is complete. So I appreciate the work that our partners at South Coast Water District did on that. The second thing is I have some bad news. We had a legislative defeat at the State Senate Housing Committee recently. As many of you know, Councilmember Orgill and I are the ad hoc committee for legislation that we've been working on with Senator Min that addresses the problem that we're dealing with 25-foot attached ADUs. Our proposal was essentially that if a city meets its low and very low income regional housing needs allocation on a prorated basis, meaning if a city is actually permitting affordable housing units, that you should be exempt from allowing 25-foot ADUs, which I believe is a pro-housing piece of legislation. But unfortunately, our friends in Sacramento saw it differently. So the chair of the we've been working with staff and our lobbyist on our testimony in the next couple of weeks at the Senate Housing Committee, and but Senator Min, we learned today, pulled the bill, which is very disappointing. And so we're not going to give up. We're going to keep fighting for some common sense legislation to address this issue, because I think it's just really a big problem in our community. And this is a solution that really encourages good actors in cities who are trying to build affordable housing, which is the state desperately needs, but without compromising, the community character that comes from 25-foot ADUs. So we're not giving up. But I appreciate the work that our staff has been doing on that along with us. And that's what I have this evening.
Thank you. Just a comment from me. We had Arbor Day last week. It was successful. It was a really sweet day. And we had it down at Riddle Field. And some kids were there and helped plant a tree. It was pretty cute. So I love that every year. It's really nice. And then the tunnel project that Councilmember Renagi mentioned is a major engineering achievement. We'll probably be safe for any sewer spills for 100 years. It's amazing. I went down in the tunnel when Councilmember Eisman was on the council. We went down in the tunnel. Dropped down 100 feet and we walked in there. And, I'm kind of nerdy that way, but it was super interesting the way they took care of business down there without any spills. So it's much appreciated. Okay, that concludes, I think, comments from the council here, and we're going to move on to our consent calendar. Council, we have 7 items. Anybody want to pull anything?
I'd like to pull 7.
Okay, so
Number 6.
6, 7. Anybody else? No. If anybody from the public wants to pull anything, just please come forward to the microphone.
I apologize. You're so fast that I'm not prepped and I don't have the agenda and I don't know the number.
SB9.
What's the topic?
No, you're not pulling SB9. I'm not pulling SB9.
Okay. Well, that one's removed.
It's already been pulled. We'll wait.
Well, then can I make a comment on it? Probably not. That's not on the agenda anymore. Okay. So 7, but that's already pulled.
Oh, yeah.
My apologies.
Okay, thanks, Penny.
So then I would move items 1 through 3 and 5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, number 6. Who pulled? George, you pulled that?
Yeah, I pulled that, Mayor. Thank you. I just don't have a lot to say about it, but I appreciate the chief calling me about the issues related to securing hybrid and electric vehicles for the fleet. I just want to say, I understand that there's a problem in lag time in getting these vehicles, 12 to 14 months, which I appreciate as well, but I do think we need to plan ahead for a hybrid and then eventually electric fleet, or both. And that's all I have to say.
Jim, do you want to make a comment?
Yes, we agree. And just to, let the city council and the community know, the police department endeavors to transition to hybrid and electric vehicles. We're aware of the city council's vehicle replacement purchasing policies and desires. We actually tried to purchase hybrid vehicles about 18 months ago. We got bids in September of 2022 to do just that. Unfortunately, the Ford Motor Company has been dealing with several logistical challenges post-pandemic. So coming out of the pandemic, they had the plant closures, the shortage of integrated circuit chips. Last year, they got hit with a strike from the United Auto Workers. So how that impacted our desired purchase for hybrid vehicles in 22, trying to plan ahead for this year, knowing the length of time it takes. We're trying to, get ahead of the game by putting an order in as early as possible. They just didn't make enough hybrid vehicles for model year 23. So our order wasn't accepted, even though we got it in there, we had the funds. Other agencies, I guess, just got there quicker. For model year 24, Ford is running an abbreviated manufacturing schedule. They're not even making hybrids because they're transitioning to the model year 25s, which is a mid-cycle upgrade. They're refreshing the vehicle, the interior. So they didn't even make hybrids, so it wasn't even possible to get them. So we're keeping our eye on model year 25s. They've already put out a schedule for the gas aspirated versions. The hybrids are to be determined. They haven't even put that calendar out yet, but we're watching it. And our intent is once we know from Ford going forward, we're going to be there on day one. We'll be there in the morning to get our order in. So we're at the beginning of the queue, so that way we'll get them going forward. But right now, we can't buy what's not available. And unfortunately, the only cars right now are the gas aspirated versions.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions
Jim?
for Jim?
Thank you, Jim. Jim, over here. Thank you for that report. Is Ford the only option and the only manufacturer that works?
No, there are other vehicles driven by patrol and some other agencies. Generally, try to look for vehicles that have been approved for patrol work. The Michigan State Police Department does that. Here in California, the CHP, the LA County Sheriff's Department. So some other models other agencies drive are the Dodge Durango. You'll see, I think the Chevy Tahoe, if I got the model right. We've got, if you've seen our Watch Commander car out there, it's a bigger one. Unfortunately, those aren't hybrids either. Now, some other agencies are looking at electric vehicles. Locally, Huntington Beach is experimenting with a Tesla. I don't know if it's an S or a Model Y. South Pasadena has gone all electric, and we've had some very interesting conversations with their department about their Model Ys. They've had some very positive experiences with that, something that we're very interested in. That's going to require, though, some investment in electric charging infrastructure, which we currently don't have, that they have up there. But for gas or hybrid models, there's really a very small number of cars that you can deploy. That's why you see most departments in Southern California using the Ford Police Interceptor, which is the law enforcement version of the Explorer. It's got heavy duty cooling, brakes, engines, all that stuff, because a patrol car is in use 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Thank you. Question for the city manager, because we did, I can't remember exactly, but we did adopt the policy for electrification. And I know later in the mid-year budget discussion we're going to have later, we're talking about a purchasing officer to sort of coordinate things. But the police department isn't the only department, obviously, that buys vehicles. So, and you may need to get back to us on this, but will that purchase officer be sort of charged with developing a longer range plan for the city so that we achieve the results of, the council direction on electrification and hybrid use of hybrids?
Thank you for the question. Jeremy knows more about it than I do, so I'll let Jeremy handle that one.
Thank you, Sean. Councilmember Whalen, actually on your March 26th meeting, the city council staff intends to bring an update and request direction on the solar and battery backup. And part of what we're consolidating there is a recommendation for a contract award to initiate the infrastructure component of fleet conversion. So that's next meeting. All that will be coming to the city council.
Just for those who are watching from home, this is a priority project for staff as assigned by the city council in mid-January. So we're on it. Jeremy in particular for now, whether he likes it or not.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item? Please come forward. Okay, no, I'll close public hearing. Can I have a motion, please?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item number 7. Alex, I think you pulled.
Yeah,
it.
I just pulled this because clearly we're doing well with our above moderate progress, but we're at 0 for low income, very low income and moderate affordable housing. So I'm just kind of bringing that to the council's attention. And I think I see our vice chair of the Housing and Human Services Committee, who I think might have some comments, but I'll just, that's all I have. I don't have any questions to staff.
Any questions for Jennifer?
Yeah, since Jennifer's here, and it's a very detailed report, so thank you for that. But maybe just in a short summary, can you tell us, we've got a number of action items, right, in the housing element, and we're supposed to implement them, a number of implementation strategies. How are we doing overall? This cycle ends in 2029, so we've got, 5 more years? I mean, are we tracking, would you say, for implementation?
Thank you for the question. It does appear that we are tracking. The implementation programs are largely focused on removing barriers to housing construction, and we are making significant progress towards that end. Prior to my onboarding here at the city, the Community Development Department also made significant progress in supporting the facilitation of ADU construction.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Jennifer? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item?
It's nice to not be the only one this time. There's much to be positive in the housing element draft. ADUs are a hit. The city will meet its above moderate housing element goals through ADUs. A recent survey by the Housing Committee showed that a significant percentage of the ADUs that have been created are the primary residence of someone. This is exciting. The reworking of the code to facilitate mixed-use residential is a giant step forward. And thanks to Anthony and Jennifer for a masterful, truly masterful, if you read it, restatement of the code, much of the zoning code. Also, this effort reflects the staff was listening and hearing the Housing Committee, the Planning Commission, and you guys, which was much appreciated. The pending DSP rework will facilitate naturally affordable, small size units and hopefully renovation upgrade of the 85 one-story commercial buildings on Coast Highway, Broadway, and Glen Eyrie. Think about it. We might actually get them upgraded. We do need to decouple parking from housing. The city really should have an option of monthly parking for residents, and so that the developers don't have to do housing. That's the way a lot of the world does. Adding smaller housing units in the downtown is a positive step to increase housing stock and hopefully ease rent pressure, as there's now nothing available. The tenant protection ordinance, which you have just approved, I think, will help protect and preserve what was really our only affordable rental housing, the existing rental stock that's controlled by state increases. So much progress. However, the one area where there's no progress is affordable and senior housing. Low income and very low housing simply does not work for normal development. Efforts at inclusionary units on small projects at anything below moderate income will be DOA. Again, the numbers don't pencil out. Give me some extra time. My personal goal is for this wealthy community to actually build at least 100 affordable housing units. Affordable housing will require the city to provide land and cash. It's not going to happen any other way. So are we just going to talk about creating affordable housing, or are we going to do it? If we're serious, let's put sites like Te Amo, Ocean Avenue, out there and ask developers to tell us what it would take to make it happen. Let the developer tell us what they need. We don't need to do endless studies about making sure that everything's lined up. Let's do something. Consider partnership with land-rich churches. There's great potential there.
Okay,
Or
Cody,
we can
I gotta
okay,
stop.
or we can just, I'm done. Or we can just keep talking, sending emails and to developers, telling them we're here to listen. The clock is running. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, pardon me, Penelope Milne, president of Can Do. I have one suggested correction and one sort of request. So here's my suggested correction. On page 91 of the numbering within the report is page 94 if you look at the PDF numbers, section 5.2-11D, place-based strategies for neighborhood improvements. The first column lists the objectives, the second column, the first lists the titles, the second lists the objectives, and the final one lists the timeline. There's a confusion between two different Laguna Canyon Road improvements. The one that's listed under the objectives is the Caltrans project. You can tell that because of the four elements that are in it, including add dam to controlled storm flows, et cetera. And the schedule in there is Caltrans schedule. The project listed under the timeline is the city's Protect and Connect Laguna Canyon Road project, and you can tell that by the fact that it lists the consultant the city has hired, et cetera. So I think the confusion came because they're both called Laguna Canyon Road improvements, but there's a bunch of improvements. Those aren't the same project. I get HCD. We'll probably know that. We'll never know that, but for our tidiness, it's wrong. We should probably fix it. So the other thing that I have as a request is that within this progress report, descriptions of the updates to the Laguna Canyon Annexation Area Specific Plan are written that the purpose is to evaluate suitability for expansion of sites through code amendments or rezoning to where live, work, residential, or mixed-use development is permitted. So the Canyon community has been waiting a decade since the Laguna Canyon Planning Study was initiated in 2014. There's a robust set of recommendations in there that don't just involve increases of intensity. And while I get that this progress report is specific to the housing element, I do want to make sure that in broader staff direction to the Community Development Department, that there's a balance of what an update to the specific plan would include. And I'm certainly not saying that it does not include housing, but I'm saying that if that is the sole direction, that is a 180 from what the city's plan has been for the decade in the update of that specific plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Penny.
Good evening. My name's Chris Quilter, I think. A little nervous. Pretty much I'm up here to say pretty much what Cody said, except also to express how depressing it is to be looking at all of those zeros next to affordable housing. The NIMBY spirit is alive and well in this town. It will continue to oppose any kind of intensification in any area of our city. I don't know what to do about that, except it's up to the council to really disappoint some of our residents and move forward on something that's affordable somewhere in town. We have philanthropists who are willing to help, but they want to get things done in their lifetime, and that doesn't look too likely right now. Alex, the work you've done with Dave Min's project is in a sense almost performative. There's no chance in hell that we're going to meet our affordable housing requirement. And in fact, it's listed in the report that we have absolutely no obligation to do so, which is equally depressing. So on that depressing note, I would like to ask you to pick something and do it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Hi, my name is Jackie Shafkin. I am a member of the Housing and Human Services Committee, and I am a resident for almost 30 years. Everything that they said, plus just that reminder that we are attracted to Laguna because of the type of community that it is. Our artists, our hotels, restaurants, all the amenities that we enjoy. Yet many of those who make this community what it is, they can't live here, and we can't house everybody, but we should do something. So I'm going to ask again that we do something. And also in that spirit, I would say the Community Development Department, I know that there's a new director that will eventually be hired. There's lots of great things that other small towns that are coastal are doing to add housing that is affordable. So if they can do it, so too can we. We have the resources to do it. We have a housing person, and I would hope that our Community Development Department is a place where our housing person could actually report community development and understanding, again, reaching out to other communities to see what they're doing, I think is a step that we need to take. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Anybody else on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
Yeah.
Council comments?
Yeah, just a couple things. So I think I agree with a lot of what Cody Engel said. You can't, there's sort of two types of housing that we're talking about here. There's lowercase affordable and uppercase affordable, and lowercase affordable is going to be in our commercial zone, which the council has supported, and there was really no public opposition to right now you're allowed to do second story office space, but you can't do second story housing along Coast Highway. That makes no sense. We're changing that. Also looking at how we can add housing in the downtown as part of our downtown specific plan phase 2, which I think is very exciting. I agree with, I guess so I do think there has been progress on those in both of those regards. As it relates to uppercase affordable, where it's deed restricted affordable, there's only two ways to make that happen, as Cody said, land and money. And if we have both of those things, we can leverage tax credits and we can make affordable housing happen. So I do believe I'm cautiously optimistic that if we're intentional over the next couple of years, we can actually start permitting these affordable housing units in a way where if Senator Min's now non-existent legislation were to pass, we would be able to comply. That's my goal. And I think so I think there's a lot of work to go, but I'm cautiously optimistic.
So question maybe for you, Alex, the housing, and George, I can't remember who's on that. The Housing Trust Fund, wasn't there an item that's being worked on to come back to council? Not me on that.
I think we're working with, Jeremy would have the update on the timeline of that.
Housing Trust Fund is April 9th, correct? And
April 9th.
So all the answers on April 9th? Okay.
one of
That'll be
many to
quick.
come. Artist Work Live, your item, March 27th, pardon me, next meeting as well. So two big items in your next two meetings.
Good.
And you may be hearing from me later on this evening regarding that, so.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, can I get a motion?
Move the recommended action.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, that moves us to our regular agenda, item number 8, which is order of business for city council meetings. And I'm going to turn this over to our city attorney, Megan Garibaldi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a proposed ordinance to amend Chapter 2.04 of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code. These are primarily cleanup changes. There are a couple substantive changes that resulted from the City Council's January 19th, 2024 retreat special council meeting. And at that meeting, two specific items were discussed. One was the reference to the municipal code lacked reference to the mayor and mayor pro tem, and that they were the presiding officers of the meeting. And a second provision was added relating to the council agendas are limited to the subject matter of a non-municipal nature. In addition to those changes, several cleanup items were proposed that includes changing the name of the chapter from council meetings to city council to more accurately reflect the content of that chapter, clarification on meeting locations, a clarification regarding the order of business for city council meetings is set by resolution, and clarification regarding there were two sort of old provisions that related to compelling council members, actually councilmen, to attend meetings and a penalty for refusal to attend council meetings. Those provisions were close to 100 years old, and state law now provides the remedy for council members failing to attend meetings. Finally, I added a provision that clarifies that disruptive conduct at a meeting, such as shouting or yelling from the gallery, may result in removal from the meeting and is a misdemeanor. That is consistent with both the language in the Brown Act and the law on disruption of meetings. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thanks, Megan. Questions for Megan? Ready? No? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone else speak on this item? No? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Comments, council?
It's good that we're gonna have councilwoman now.
Yeah.
It only took 100 years.
You know,
Anyway, I'll move the recommended action.
A second.
all in favor?
Well, I think we need the clerk to read the.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
ordinance, yeah. Go for it.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Laguna Beach, California, amending Chapter 2.04 of Title II of the Laguna Beach Municipal Code and repealing ordinance number 204.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a good news report here from Chief King, and this is about our city operated ambulance program report for the fiscal year 2022-23. And nice to see you guys. Why don't you give us the good news?
Happy to be here, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Nico King, your fire chief, joined by Deputy Chief Teichman this evening to give you your 1-year update on our service of our ambulance program. Next slide. So going back in time, it was December of 21 where the city was faced with a decision. Doctor's ambulance that was in town providing service to the city with one ambulance was going to be leaving the city. The city went out to RFP, and it was over $700,000 for private ambulance service to continue providing service to the city. And that's when council directed staff to look at the fire department providing in-house ambulance service for the community. And that decision was made, and the fire department was able to quickly put into service 2 ambulances 24/7. And that went into service on July 1st, 2022. We've placed those ambulances in strategic positions, one right next door here at Fire Station 1, and the second one is in service in South Laguna at Fire Station 4. Our third ambulance, which is not in service every day, but it's a backup ambulance in case one of them are in service or out of service for mechanical issues, is housed at Fire Station 2. The goals of the program, given and directed by council, were to generate cost savings and overall to improve the quality of service to our community. Next slide. Fire department received a budget in fiscal year 23 of approximately $1.8 million. And we've now received the second fiscal year budget allocation of approximately the same number, $1.8 million. And with those funds, we're able to maintain the equipment that we have, of course, provide the staffing and purchase all the supplies to keep these ambulances up and running. That includes a staff of 12 full-time ambulance operators, 8 part-time ambulance operators, and of course, our full-time ambulance coordinator, who is Miss Anna Nera, who's right back here, who does all of the recruiting, screening, hiring, outfitting of our ambulance operators, providing them the training so that they can be onboarded, and then watching them with the daily operations with the staffing. She does a fantastic job. Next slide. Some of the benefits received from the program are, of course, the quality of care and customer service. With these employees being under the direct supervision of the fire department, we're able to control the level of professionalism and the service that we provide. This has also allowed for career progression for these ambulance operators. Many of them have ambitions of pursuing a career in the fire service and or public safety. And I'm happy to report that we were able to provide 2 job opportunities for some ambulance operators within the last year. They successfully went through the firefighter recruitment process, and because of their familiarity with how the department runs, they were successful in the process, and they are now probationary firefighters. And of course, we have to look at the financial success. The expenditures are consistently under budget. And as a matter of fact, the program revenues are matching our expenditures. And then the community impact. We've been delivering an incredible level of service, having 2 ambulances responding to our community instead of just one. We'll go to the next slide. This is an indication of the payer mix. These are the sources of payment that we're able to receive our revenues by the insurance coverage. That is a breakdown of how our community members that are requesting the service are covered. The key revenue generator here is Medicare, which is a fixed payment, but the majority of our calls are to people that are covered by Medicare costs. I also wanted to note that Assembly Bill 716 was passed last September. It's just some legislation that we're keeping an eye on because it doesn't allow the users of a 911 system to go to collections for their medical costs. We don't believe this is going to have a big impact, but it is legislation that could have some impact moving forward on cost recovery. Next slide. Some of our operational metrics. We've provided ambulances to 2,568 calls of service in the first year. Out of those calls, we've transported 1,494 patients to local hospitals. Very happy to report that our average response time is only 7 minutes. The benchmark for Orange County ambulances is 15 minutes, and I'm sure some of you can remember that the reason why we wanted to go to the in-house program was oftentimes fire engines were waiting up to 30 minutes for an ambulance to arrive while they're trying to stabilize a patient. Out of all those calls, 862 of them were provided advanced life support procedures. That's the procedures that are provided by our firefighter paramedics, and 632 were basic life support. And those are the protocols and procedures that can be provided by our EMT ambulance operators. That last line there with the instances requiring a third ambulance, that's 154 times where our dispatcher looked and our 2 ambulances by the fire department were already committed to a call and or at a hospital trying to get back to the town after they dropped off a patient. So there's 154 requests to an outside ambulance company for a 911 call that was going on within our city. But also what I didn't put in was the metric where our ambulances monitoring the radio, more than half of those calls were able to jump on the radio and have a better response time than the ambulance that was coming from another city. So next slide. In this slide, it's a busy chart there, but what it's outlining is the medical billing process. The city has a contract with Whitman Enterprises. They are responsible for the medical billing process after we transport the patient. This encompasses the data, the collections, and processing the invoice. And medical billing, after we transport a patient, it'll take about 3 to 4 months before the city actually sees the revenue. And that's just from them getting in touch, notifying their insurance, them processing, validating all the procedures, and then for them to have the collections and the money to come back to the city. It's about a 3 to 4 month cycle. Some of the challenges where some of those payments could become more complicated, of course, are from vehicle accidents or other calls where there might be some litigation. The vehicle accident is probably the best example of that, where there's multiple parties involved and somebody else's insurance is going to cover the cost of medical procedures for someone else. So it takes time for settlements to take place for us to get that revenue back, much longer than 3 to 4 months. We believe that Whitman was a very good choice for the city, given the complications and all of the regulations that are required with medical billing. They have a great reputation with 30 years of service, and they are currently billing for over 120 public agencies providing ambulance service in the United States. Next slide. This is indicating some of the good news that you indicated. Our revenues, as you can see in this chart, it's not the normal fiscal year, but that's because, as I just indicated by the medical billing, there's that 3-month delay. So with the start of the service on July 1st of 2022, we took the revenues that were tied to us delivering the service in the fiscal year. And we are happy to report that the revenue that we received is at about $1.7 million. Next slide. And this is just looking forward a little bit more and our projection to continue service. A lot of our revenues have kind of leveled out, and we are consistently receiving a month-to-month revenue stream, and we're projected to continue our service at about $1.6 million by the end of fiscal year 24. And with that being the last slide, I just want to mention that with the addition of our very eager professional ambulance operators that we're able to hire, we've enhanced our workforce, and we believe that we're providing a much better service than what the city of Laguna Beach had through contracted agencies before this program existed. So with the great work of staff, I mentioned Anna back there, also council approved the fire department receiving an analyst, which is Amy Zoli, who tracks all of our revenue and the costs of the program. And who's not here tonight is Battalion Chief Andrew Hill, who is our EMS chief. He makes sure that the program is up and running every single day. So with that, we're open to any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Questions for Chief or Captain?
I have just a quick comment. I'm glad it's turned out so well. I think residents are very pleased to get faster response times, and that saved lives for everyone. And it's an improvement in service for the whole community. So thank you. I think council supported it unanimously. I just want to have one comment I have is that I don't think we're looking at the full revenue picture in terms of what it cost us to put out $700,000 for 3 vehicles. So is that something we'll have to look at as these vehicles retire? We're going to have to buy another one in a few years, and that'll be an outlay, a capital outlay that doesn't come back to us in the revenues for the service.
They were built into the budget of the program, and you didn't see them in this report because those initial costs were built into the 21 budget, and the program started beginning of the fiscal year 22. But you're correct.
So you got
There's replacement cycles, and there's a cost of doing business.
Okay. Yeah. So we still may not be making money based on the fact that we have to buy every few years or every 5 years a new ambulance, right? So, okay. It's just what it is. I'm just asking. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Chief, one question. I think, and maybe you could explain this too, if I have it right, but one of the concerns we had, with the old ambulance program was our fire trucks had to go to the hospital and wait, and we had a lot of time out of service out of the community. Has that been minimized with this program?
It is minimized, and on that slide that indicated the BLS transports, that's just with our ambulance operators going to the hospital. Our firefighters are able to jump back on the engine and go directly back into service. So it's significantly increased the availability of fire suppression resources in the community.
Thank you.
Have a question, a couple questions. This is a great report, by the way, and a very good outcome. So are you overall pretty happy with Whitman? Because I remember when we first voted to start the program, we were worried about the collection piece of it, that because the collection payments lag, and we may have trouble recouping our costs. But are you happy with Whitman?
We are very pleased with Whitman, and like I said, they've been in service probably the longest. They meet with us about every 6 months, and they go over legislative updates and all the changes that could impact the program. So they provide a top level service to the city.
You know, I think our response time is better than the county by half. That's pretty impressive.
It is impressive.
You know, I have to say, like, in a city where we have people complain about all kinds of things, I haven't had any complaints about the
Not
ambulance
one.
service at all.
Not
So,
one complaint.
Yeah, not one complaint. Anything else from anybody before I open the public hearing? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. on
Mayor,
this
can
one.
I just
Yeah.
add a little more context to Councilmember Weiss's question?
Thank you.
As part of the budget, we did put in a line item to set aside money that when those ambulances do come due, there's money set aside to replace those. So we programmed all that into the budget already. So when they do come due with the end of their life, there'll be money already there to pay for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone want to speak on this item? Work it out, guys.
This will be fast. And I'm one of those people that like to complain about things. I sent a note. I said, I want to congratulate the city on the success of the ambulance program. While the benefits to public safety would have warranted a program where the costs were not covered, and I usually like to see costs covered, I am pleasantly surprised to see the economics have worked out so well. This is a big win for Laguna. Improved public safety without extraordinary cost. Wow. And I have to also tip my hat to Gavin. He did the projections and I was skeptical. He's pretty good at this stuff.
Come on, Matt.
Matt Lawson, EDPC. I am in violent agreement with my former colleague from the Auto Review Committee. I think the fire department has done an exceptional job. They should definitely get a shout out for this. Operationally, clinically, and certainly from a fiscal standpoint. I think it's important to go back and realize what they were able to do. And from an agency that had never really expanded before, from an agency that had never run an in-house ambulance program before. In 5 short months, they were able to stand this up, recruit the people, put everything in operation, purchase the apparatus, and get this program running literally from a standing start, while they were also dealing with 2 major fire incidents back in the spring of 2022, if you recall, big one in February and another big one 90 days later in May, while they were undergoing a change in the leadership of the department, because as you recall, Chief Garcia was in the process of retiring, and we were in the process of recruiting Chief King, who literally came to work the first day the new ambulance program had to be operational because doctors would not service literally. Their service halted at the stroke of midnight on June 30th of 2022. So we had to be operational literally at the stroke of midnight on July 1. And we did it. And I just want to briefly take every member of the department deserves our gratitude for this. But from what I understand, there were a few people who really chipped in on this and really went all in on it. Certainly Battalion Chief Andy Hill, who's I believe grew up here in Laguna Beach, has been a member of the department for a very long time. Battalion Chief Eric Lether, who I think was staff captain at that time, if I recall correctly, worked very hard to make this happen, has a terrific background in emergency management. Certainly Amy Zoli, who I've not met, but I understand has made a major contribution to the agency in her new position of administrative analyst. And someone who I think has long deserved a shout out here, who's been a stalwart public servant for this community and for this department, and that's Anna Nera. She, for many, many years, was literally the only non-sworn member of the fire department. I mean, it was Anna and the fire chief, and everybody else worked on the floor of one of the fire stations. And she was really the administrative glue, held this agency together for many, many, many years. And I think she deserves a great deal of credit for that. And I hope she gets a little bit of that recognition that I felt she hasn't had. And by the way, these comments are not only mine, but also conveying some thoughts from Chief Bill Nickum, our Vice Chair, who unfortunately wasn't able to be here, would have been on Zoom, but we don't have that remote access option anymore. So hopefully we can get that back soon. But thank you, and thank you for making that decision and for having the faith in our agency. And they have proven that given the resources, they know how to manage them because they've had great results clinically, operationally, and fiscally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
My name is William Dodge. I am a member of the EDPC and a local ER physician. Today, I want to talk about the human life savings provided by the Laguna Beach Fire Department Ambulance Service. Recently, I delivered a preterm baby in the Laguna Beach ER who was critically ill and required transfer to the DICU located in Mission Viejo. Laguna Beach Fire Department was emergently contacted. Ambulance appeared within 6 minutes to transfer the baby and therefore saving her life. In a town where 1 out of every 3 people are 65 and older, the ambulance service will continue to save lives through fast response, better service, and professional EMTs. Service is running so efficiently, it generated a surplus this year, despite operating in an age when insurance companies are decreasing payments for medical services. I'd like to commend the Laguna Beach Fire Department for its invaluable service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dodge. Any other comments on this item? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Any further comments, council?
No. Just a couple.
Go ahead.
Well, first, I want to thank Mark, and I had nothing to do with it, but the rest of you approved this, so thank you for that. And I think one of the exciting things about this program is, and the chief alluded to this, was how the ambulance operators, hiring the ambulance operators is essentially creating an in-house workforce development program where we're training and educating the next generation of firefighters. So I think that's very exciting. And the one thing related to this, it's not necessarily part of this item, but I think is relevant, is the potential of the Mission Hospital emergency room closure, because I think that's going to have, if that were to happen, that would have a huge impact on our ability to get people into an ER as quickly as possible, because we know that I think every minute, I don't know the data off the top of my head, but for victims of strokes, every minute counts. And so we have an aging population. So I just think this is such an important item, and I appreciate all the work that everyone's done on this.
Any other comments? Oh, can I have a motion then?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Actually, do we have an action?
I don't
on
think
this?
there
This
This
is
is just a
receive and
receive and
file.
report, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we don't need that, yeah. Okay,
See the.
Good job, guys.
nice work, you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. How many people are here for the pool? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right, the next item is a regular item number 10. This is the community pool alternative. So the way we're going to do this evening is, Councilmember Whalen and I were the subcommittee on this item. So we're going to make some introductory comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to staff for a report, and then we'll have council questions, and then we'll open up for a public hearing. You want to start, Bob?
Sure. So as the mayor said, back in October, she and I were appointed as a subcommittee to go to work on this issue. And really our objective as we work through it, and I think as I've said at prior meetings, was to gather information and present options to the council for consideration, which is what we're doing tonight. So we met, a number of times with the district and its subcommittee. We met extensively with our staff. We met with Sensible Laguna on a number of occasions and had input from other members of the community. So we did not make a specific recommendation, I think, as you see from the staff report tonight, for a couple of reasons. One is, there's no clear answer on this one. There, as you can see from the report, if you've read it in detail, there are pros and cons to each option. And there's really three options, but there's no perfect solution. So our thought as a subcommittee was this really requires input from the community without a recommendation from the subcommittee, input first from the community, a comprehensive, in-depth discussion by council, and then, a decision as to how we move forward. So as outlined in the report, the options are joined with the school district in the 50-meter pool option that they are pursuing. It's, they are down that path. I think they're scheduled next week to award a number of contracts on the 50-meter pool option for design consultants and other consultants on the pool. So the mayor will comment more on our efforts to talk with the school district about other alternatives, but they're on the 50-meter track. So that's option one. Option two is, to pursue a separate community pool in the neighborhood of a 25-meter pool at some other location. And the third option is, to pursue some combination or, pursue both options, right? So you'd have two pools in which the city would participate to some degree. So, in talking with the mayor about this, I think in terms of speakers coming up tonight, it would really be helpful, to have speakers identify, which option you are supportive of, or if you have another idea, that's fine too. But if you're, which option you're supportive of, and if you're in favor of a community pool, and we've received a number of emails and other input from community members saying, yeah, we need a second community pool. We need the city to pursue its own community pool. If you are supportive of that, we'd like to hear your input on what location you think should be, or locations you think should be pursued for that alternative. So I think with that, I'm going to reserve my comments, and as I said, until after we have public input and then we go to council discussion, but I'll turn it over to the mayor for her thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Bob. So one of the objectives with our subcommittee was to make sure that the school district was aware of our needs in terms of what we provide and different programs that we currently provide, and how much more would we be able to provide the community, given a larger pool. And so we had a lot of discussions about that. Our staff did some really good work, and we had a good exchange of information there. They would not negotiate with us on size. So we asked them point blank, would you be interested in building a 40-meter pool? They said no. They voted on a 50-meter pool. They plan to build a 50-meter pool. Very clear. Second thing is on the funding. So we had, a number of discussions on funding, but it's also very clear that they're going to build, not only are they going to build a 50-meter pool, they're going to pay for it themselves. So, they're happy to have our contribution, but just to be clear for everyone, they are going to build their own pool, and they will pay for it themselves if we choose not to contribute. So that was that discussion. And then we also talked about, different capital, if we were to work with them, different capital models, which there was nothing definitive about that because we haven't brought this before the council and before the community. And we don't, as Bob said, we don't have a recommendation. We're just presenting information to the community at this point. Also, in our own capital budget, so we have a 10-year capital improvement budget that we have, but we maintain. It's for a lot of different things. A lot of it's infrastructure, but it's other projects that we want to do down the line. We don't have a pool anywhere in our capital improvement plan. Like before this discussion about the city pool even took place, we weren't contemplating a pool in our capital budget. So this is kind of a new turn of events for us. So anyway, we're going to have a staff report. We're going to go over, what the staff has provided in terms of all the data, and then we'll open it up for a comment from all of you. And like Bob said, we'd like to know what option you're interested in. And if you want us to build a second pool, we'd like to hear where you would like to put it. So I know this is probably have a range of ideas or comments, but we'd like to start with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to the staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Alexis Braun. I'm the Recreation Manager for the Transit and Community Services Department. Also with our department this evening is Michael Litchu, who's the Director of Transit and Community Services, and Tierney Doran, the Recreation Supervisor. As mentioned, the item before you this evening is to explore the community pool alternatives. A little background: in 1994, a 25-meter pool opened at Laguna Beach High School, becoming the high school and community pool. The city contributed $700,000 of the original $1.2 million capital cost to construct the pool, which was 59% of the capital. The city and the school district operate a joint use agreement with 70% city, 30% school district split, which is a proportion based on time and use. In addition to the cost sharing, both agencies provide in-kind maintenance by in-house staff. Since the pool is located on district property, the district has priority use and utilizes the pool daily from 1:30 to 6 p.m. And the city uses it in the mornings and in the evenings until 9 p.m. The average operating cost of the current pool is $590,000, in which the city portion is $522,000, as the city pays 100% of the part-time staff costs, full-time aquatics coordinator, as well as contract instructors, which are not included in that. And the city does generate revenue from recreation programs and pool passes. The 70-30 split is specifically for pool maintenance and operations, chemicals, custodial repairs, and ongoing issues at the pool. The current pool is 30 years old, and based on a recent assessment, it has about over $1 million of needed repairs to continue to operating beyond the next 2 years. As Mayor mentioned, the city currently does not have any funding budgeted to construct a new or expanded community pool. And the last time this issue was discussed was on October 10th, 2023. The City Council appointed Mayor Kempf and Councilmember Whalen to serve on an ad hoc subcommittee to work with the district to gain an understanding of the district plans and implications on the current and future aquatics programming. And they gathered information which will be presented to you this evening. The shared high school and community pool serves the high school programs, but also the community aquatics programs. The existing aquatics programs include lap swim, learn to swim classes, currently only offered in the summer right now, senior water aerobics, recreation swim with expanded hours in the summer months, lifeguard certification classes, junior guard clinics and swim tests, and youth water polo and swim team in the evenings from 6 to 9 p.m.
As the mayor mentioned, the school district has spent about the last year looking at alternatives for expanding and modernizing the existing pool located at the high school. That included a variety of different scenarios, including construction of a 35, 40, or 50-meter pool at the existing site. However, the school board ultimately voted in December of 2023 on a 4-to-1 vote to proceed with design and construction of a 50-meter pool, as opposed to the other alternatives that were studied. In January of 2024, the district released a request for proposals for consulting services for the design of the 50-meter pool. And as Councilmember Whalen alluded to, the district, the school board is scheduled at their meeting this Thursday to consider award of a contract for design services for the 50-meter pool. And as Mayor Kempf mentioned earlier, in response to direct inquiries from the subcommittee about whether the district would consider a smaller pool at the current location, the district was steadfast in its conclusion that it intends to proceed with construction of a 50-meter pool, as it feels that that size pool would best meet the needs of its student population. And that is regardless of the city's decision on whether or not to participate in the capital and operating costs of that pool, as the district currently has a financial plan that assumes they will fully fund the cost of the pool. So given that the district is proceeding with the design of a 50-meter pool, the subcommittee explored what impacts this might have on the city's aquatics programming. So the first option looked at was if the district does build a 50-meter pool, what sort of programming capacity would that offer for the city's aquatics programs? If the city chooses to work with the district on joint use of a 50-meter pool, the city would expect to participate with the district in the design process. And as part of that process, the number of shallow lanes in the expanded pool would be a critical factor in supporting the city's aquatics programs, because we currently have learn to swim programs and other programs that rely on use of shallow lanes, as opposed to some high school facilities which only have deep lanes for swim team, water polo, and diving. So staff believes that having 4 to 5 shallow lanes in the pool of 3.5 to 4 feet in depth would be necessary to support the majority of the existing programs we are currently offering at the pool, as well as expansion of those programs into additional hours. So joint use of the pool would still require scheduling coordination with the district. However, because the pool would be larger, there would be additional opportunities for joint use, possibly during those after-school hours that Alexis mentioned, where the city currently does not have access to the pool. In order to do that, though, we would need to work with the district to have separate locker rooms for school, for students and community members due to educational code requirements. But due to the larger size of the pool, we do believe that we would be able to get access to the pool earlier than the current 6 p.m. time that we're able to use the pool today. The district's plans don't currently have any allowance for very shallow lanes or a teaching pool that currently exists at the existing site. And that could limit some class options that we currently have, such as splash ball for very young kids. The committee also discussed with the district the concern that we've heard from the community about a larger pool being used to host very large regional aquatic competitions. And the district, in response to that inquiry, indicated that they did not have any intent in hosting large regional aquatic competitions. And in fact, if the city did decide to participate with the district in joint use of a pool, would recommend that the board take an action to formalize that assumption that there would be no large regional aquatic competitions, and that a provision be built into the joint use agreement that also confirm that statement. So the district's published construction schedule for the pool expansion is approximately 15 months in length, and 9 months of that would be without water access. The other months, they believe they would be able to provide access to the water as they work on completing some of the outbuildings as part of the pool. This plan would have a total capital cost per the district's estimates of $19 million. And as was mentioned earlier, the district does plan to fully fund that capital cost of construction. However, they have indicated that they'd be willing to work with the city on a potential cost sharing arrangement where the city could contribute anywhere between 50 and 70% of the capital cost of the project, which would range from $9.5 to $13.3 million. And because the district is planning to fund the upfront capital cost, they have indicated they would work with the city on a payment schedule for the capital cost and perhaps take that payment over a 10-year term. The estimated operating cost under this scenario for the city would be between $696,000 and $763,000. So that is obviously an increase over our current operating costs due to the larger size of the pool, additional chemicals, additional utilities, as well as additional staff that would be city staff that would be working at the pool that the city would pay for on a 100% basis. This next slide shows the published timeline that the district has put out of the work on the pool, as I mentioned. Because this project is on school district property, it is subject to approval by the Division of the State Architect rather than the city's typical entitlement process for development projects. However, the project still must comply with CEQA, and the district would serve as the lead agency for the CEQA process. And as part of the CEQA process, the district would be required to review potential project impacts, as well as discuss any necessary mitigation measures. And the district has committed to the subcommittee that they plan to incorporate a robust public participation process as part of the CEQA process, including community meetings that would be hosted by the design team. So a second option that was considered by the committee was exploring the city building a new city operated pool at a location to be determined somewhere in the city. So this concept has been discussed several times over the years, most recently in 2017, when the city hired a consultant to conduct a feasibility study, site analysis, and geotechnical work, looking at a construction of a 33-meter pool on the grass field at Lang Park. So there were cost estimates developed as part of that project. However, in 2018, the city council decided to put the project on hold due to the cost of the project, as well as the parking that would be required to be built per the city's parking codes. So this scenario obviously would provide the greatest programming flexibility for the city. The city would control the design process for the pool, could build exactly what it wanted. It would not require scheduling coordination with the district. City would have access to the pool during all hours of use. However, this would be a significant capital project. And one of the key factors is going to be to identify a suitable site for the pool. So back in 2017, the city did look at a number of other alternatives throughout the city for building a pool, but ultimately Lang Park was the only site that was deemed feasible at the time. A pool of 25-meter size would require approximately 60 to 75 parking spaces as part of the project. And that number would depend exactly on the square footage of the water space. But that would also be an added cost to the project. And many of the locations that have been discussed are on the site of other existing recreation facilities, so it could potentially displace those programs. Staff estimates that we would need a minimum of 3 to 5 years to design and build a new pool, and that is dependent on consensus being reached on a pool site being identified. Proceeding in this manner would potentially impact pool availability for some programs. So if the district moves forward with building its own 50-meter pool and does not have shallow lanes because the city is not participating in that project, then the city would need to identify another place to have shallow lanes for the pool for those programs that require shallow lanes in another city or lease space at another location. The capital cost for this project is estimated around 13 million. That includes just under 10 million in pool costs to construct the pool and the necessary support buildings. That's based on estimates that were provided by a aquatic design group, which was also used by the district to prepare its cost estimates. The additional funding that makes up the 13 million is largely additional costs related to building parking that would be required for that site. However, a couple caveats on that cost estimate. It does assume that no right-of-way acquisition would be required, so the pool would have to be built on an existing city-owned site. It does not include any demolition costs or any separate teaching pool or splash pad or other amenities, which would all be added costs if they were ultimately included in the design for a city-operated pool. Annual operating cost for this scenario is estimated at approximately $692,000 a year. The added staffing cost as part of this scenario is related to the fact that the city would be providing staff during all hours the pool is open, as opposed to now when the city does not provide lifeguards during the time that the district has exclusive use of the pool. If the council wanted to move forward with this option of exploring new sites for a city-operated pool, staff would recommend hiring a consultant to conduct a site analysis, and estimated cost for that would be approximately $85,000 per site. That would be to do a similar scope of work to what was completed in 2017 at Lang Park, if there were other locations that the council wanted to consider for a new city-operated pool. And then finally, as Councilmember Whalen alluded to, we did look at a combined option. So this option would not contemplate a city contribution, a capital contribution into the district's pool. It would plan for the city to build its own pool and have a limited operating contribution in a district pool. For purposes of this report, we estimated 25%. And so that would allow the city to potentially avoid needing to have lights at a new city pool facility and be able to take advantage of the district's pool during those evening hours. Could also provide redundancy of facilities if one pool is not serviceable. And depending on where that second pool that would be operated by the city would be built, could potentially enhance geographic access by having a second pool in a different part of the city than the current high school pool. Estimated operating costs for this scenario would be approximately $775,000, which includes the staffing as well as the utilities for the city pool and a cost sharing of 25% of the utilities and supplies for the high school pool. And just a note, under this scenario or any scenario where both the district and the city build a pool, the total capital cost to taxpayers would be estimated at around $32 million. And as the mayor mentioned, we do not currently have any long-term CIP funding budgeted for either of these projects. So this matrix I won't go through in detail, but we did include it as part of the agenda packet, just to summarize the options that we discussed, the three options. And the fourth option basically summarizes, again, if both facilities were built, what the potential total cost to taxpayers, regardless if that's city budget or district budget, what that cost would be on both the capital and operating side.
The ad hoc subcommittee conducted an informal survey to gather information about the community's current pool usage and preferences. This was a very informal survey, which was open for 10 days and accepted responses from anyone interested in sharing an opinion about the future and current aquatic programming. So the first question was, how often do you utilize the Laguna Beach High School and community pool? And a little over 500 people participated in the survey overall. And it just went over preferred times to swim as well. And then the third question was the programs that your family currently participate in, as well as if the city did expand water capacity, what programs would you like to see in the future? So the survey participants reported lap swim as the most popular activity at the pool for the current and expanded uses. And the final question was, if pool space was expanded in the city, which of the following would you prefer? And it was shared use of a 50-meter pool on school district property, 25-meter city-owned pool, or pursue both options. And as you guys can see from the results, it was a pretty even tie at 33% all around for the results. So the recommendation this evening is for the council to review the alternatives for future community pool facility and provide policy direction to staff as to which option you would like to do, pursuing the joint use of a 50-meter pool planned by Laguna Beach Unified School District, explore options to build a new 25-meter pool at an alternate location that would be constructed, operated, and maintained by the city, or item C, to pursue both options. That concludes the presentation for this evening, and we are available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. That was a lot of work over a number of months. That was a good staff report.
Question.
Yes, a question. I think Alex wants.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So first, I kind of want to understand the rules of the game that we're playing. So so the decision before us is not whether the school district builds, and this is a question, I guess, Sean, I'll give it to you. This is not a question of whether the school district builds a 50-meter pool. The question before us is whether we participate in the construction of that 50-meter pool. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Okay. So now I want to understand sort of the entitlement path here. And let's, for the sake of discussion, let's assume that there's two different options. One is we don't get involved. Two is that we get involved. So for we're on path one where we don't get involved. In that scenario, the school district under state law, that doesn't trigger design review. Is that this is for the city attorney, for Megan?
If it is exclusively a school district project, then school districts under the government code are exempt from our zoning requirements.
Got it. Okay. And then from a CEQA perspective, they would be the lead agency.
Correct.
Okay. So now let's go down path 2. So let's assume for the sake of discussion, if we were to go into this pool with them, would we be involved in the design of that facility? The design of a 50-meter pool. Like there is question about locker rooms, for example.
I'll answer at least in part. If we are a significant contributor to the funding of the 50-meter pool, we would have some influence over its design.
So under that scenario, would it be fair to say that this could be sort of like part of our capital improvement program where we put a significant contribution of money towards infrastructure? And we have some role in designing what that infrastructure is.
We would be, I don't know that it would be I guess it's just a function of how one would state it. We would, if we funded any portion of the project, we would consider it a capital improvement.
We'd call it a capital improvement.
Yes, we would.
And then the question for the city attorney. So the code doesn't define what a capital improvement project is.
I couldn't find the definition.
couldn't find that.
Yeah.
That was why I struggled answering the question, actually. So, yeah.
Okay, so then for the city attorney, can you help me understand what is, so, everyone in this here, in this room knows that for design review in Laguna Beach, if you want to have a raised deck, if you want to move a window more than a certain amount, you have to go through design review. Is that accurate?
Generally, there is design review requirement. There are exemptions, but various design review requirements
Okay.
apply.
So can you help me understand how does the code treat design? Is design review required for programs in our capital improvement program?
There is a provision in the code that requires design review for in front of the Planning Commission for public work projects, including capital improvement projects.
Got it. So for example, when we do like an undergrounding project or something like that, that has to go through design review via the Planning Commission.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm not going to ask you to opine whether this would be a part of the CIP because clearly there's ambiguity on that question of what is a part of our CIP.
Yeah, there's the definition. There is a question as to, without the definition set forth, we're sort of relying on, there is like, for example, in our budget, we refer to capital improvement programs as projects as public work projects on city-owned property for specific purposes. But there's some fuzziness around it because of the lack of a definition. And then the issue, the tie-in issue with the school district being exempt from our zoning code.
Okay, that's helpful because I think it provides helpful clarification about the question of if we were to get involved, what at least because there's ambiguity about what the text of our code says, but in terms of the spirit of our code, I think it's clear that from a precedent standpoint, we require a lot of design, whether we like it or not, and that's something that I have. There's some areas where maybe we shouldn't be requiring it, but as written, our code is very, very much requiring design review for capital improvement projects like this one. If we were to get involved, if we were to come in with money,
If it were a city project,
okay,
then it would require capital improvement.
Okay.
The capital improvement project would require design review in front of the Planning Commission.
Okay, so that's helpful. So if hypothetically, if we wanted to get involved with this, would it be fair to as part of that negotiation, say if they want it, if there was an ask for money, that would come with a community participation via the design review through the Planning Commission? If we were to give money.
The school district, well, I can't speak for the school district, but they, like almost every school district in California, opt into this exemption from the local city, local city's zoning code.
But we don't need to give them money.
Yes, so
that would be a point of if you want our money, you'd have to go through our process.
point of negotiation.
Got it.
Well, I think they own the pool, so we're just giving them the money based on this partnership. So I'm not sure that they have to go through that process. If we agreed over a 10-year period to give them $13 million, would we have to go take the project through design review? Or could we insist on that? Are you saying that's definitive?
No, I'm not saying it's definitive. I'm,
So I think the questions, George, was about what does the law say, right? And
Yeah.
clearly there's ambiguity, but there's ambiguity about what the law says, but there's not ambiguity about the spirit of the law, right? So I'm just trying to understand what are the rules of the game.
But
that
it's
we're
not
playing.
our project. It's our.
Well, but if we put
we're
money in it,
contributing toward a project by a separate agency.
Yeah,
but
but,
if we're putting money in, it would be in essence our project.
right,
think so.
because we also aren't we also a participant for CEQA? We're not the lead agency, but if we put money in, we would be I forget what the
we're a
terminology.
responsible
We're a
agency.
responsible agency, right? So
Correct. So we are
it's not all that clean.
It is not.
Right. Right.
There's a lack of a definition, but again, going back to the exemption that the school district has through its zoning code, that is a significant barrier to our local design review process.
You done, Alex? Okay, any other questions for staff? Mark, you
Well,
have something?
I had some questions because in the implications for the joint use of the participate in the design process, I don't quite know what that means. It means how the pool looks, its color, its lighting, its seating. What does that mean exactly? The 4 shallow lanes, I guess, are pretty clear. But what does that mean?
Yeah, Councilmember Weiss. So the intent there would be that if the pool was intended for joint use that would support city programs, that the city staff would have a voice in the process, for example, with the shallow lanes to say, in order to support the programming that we plan to offer to the community, we would need shallow lanes of, this type or any other design features to support the types of programs that we currently offer or plan to offer in the future. Whereas if the district went to build a pool without any contemplation of community use, they likely,
Wouldn't put those in.
maybe build something different that had, space only for the needs that they had for their student population.
So that would be the shallow lanes are mostly what the design is about. Okay. The other question I have is on the annual city operating costs for the pool. If we go with the district is $696,000 to $763. And then if we do our own pool, it's $692 for a 25-meter pool. And I think you're making the assumption here, Mike, that the pool would be open 15 hours a day, I guess, because of that increased cost. But it may not be open 15 hours a day or 18 hours a day or whatever that is. Could you address that?
Yeah, that is correct. The highest cost for operating the pool is the staff costs. So this was based on assuming that the pool was going to be open 15 hours a day and having a
Okay.
lifeguard with city staff 15 hours a day versus the 10 to 10 and a half for a 50-meter shared pool.
Okay. And in your report, thank you for that. I think you covered a lot in it, and it's very difficult to do this because you've got so many programs overlapping with the school district as well. But one thing I didn't see in here is that city could capitalize on additional programs. If we controlled the pool for 15 hours a day, we could certainly have more programs than we had at the school pool and collect more revenue fees for those services. Even scuba classes could be held there during non-peak times, and other recreational programs that we're now not able to hold. So you had $156,000 that we get for those passes and fees, and that could increase substantially. I think the fees are fairly low. You walk into the pool, it doesn't matter if you live here or not, it's $2. It's kind of low. I mean, I think San Clemente charges $6. Last time I went there, it was a couple of years ago, but it's $6 for anybody that's non-San Clemente resident. And yeah, so it's probably changed. But I think there's an opportunity there to offset some of the operating costs there that isn't presented in the. Did you comment on that?
Yes, in the matrix that was provided in
Well,
the.
just in the new city operating, there's nothing there that tells us we can enhance the services we can provide more services. We know that you stated that in the staff report, that would give us the ultimate flexibility to provide more programs for seniors, et cetera, expand the aerobics, if there was a demand for that.
Yeah, that is correct. If the city had full-time programming of the pool, year-round swim lessons would be available for the younger kids, additional evening programs. And yes, the city would be able to expand the current offerings.
But we don't know what I just think there's a substantial opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Would our, the participation in the designing of the pool, if we did participate, would it allow us to make whatever changes are needed to accommodate our full program that we have today?
Councilmember Orgill, I would assume that would be part of a negotiation process with the district. So I think we would have to push for what we wanted to support our programs, but it would be a negotiation.
Today we have, what we refer to as the kiddie pool at the one end. In looking at the image that I see here, there's no room for that. So would that be eliminated?
So based on our conversations with the district, they do not plan to have a kiddie pool similar to what we currently have. And from what we've seen, the subcommittee seen so far, there wouldn't be sufficient space at the site of a 50-meter pool to also build a kiddie pool.
And was there a limited commitment for the 4 or 5 shallow lanes?
From the district, I would say the meetings that the subcommittee had with the district were very preliminary in nature. I would say I would probably characterize it as there's a willingness by the district staff to work with the city. We did mention the need for shallow lanes in order to support our program. So I think they understand that need. And
I think they were receptive to it.
Yeah.
I would stand corrected, but I think they were receptive to what was patently clear was an interest of the cities.
Thank you.
I just have one question. So Megan, on the joint use agreement, the joint use agreement doesn't require, it doesn't include the construction of a pool or anything like that. It's just a use agreement, purely a use agreement. It's not a capital investment agreement or any requirement for capital investment, right?
There's no requirement for the city's participation in a future development. There's a provision, a section that talks about improvements, and it allows for improvements on the property. For the party that does not own the property can request to make improvements, but it is subject to approval. So in this case, the city could request to make improvements, including capital improvements to the pool, but it is all subject to consent and approval by the district.
Okay, right.
And just one last question on, I think it was last year, we extended the joint use agreement. It expires when? Soon, another year?
Yes, it's right now we are on just the 1-year rollovers. Expires in August 31st, 2024.
2024. Thank you.
I have a question about parking. So, to Councilman Renagi's point about whether we participated, and maybe that would trigger a design review for the project, and that would require then parking. When it doesn't now, matter of fact, the pool under the school district would remove parking and not required to replace it, which is pretty precious as it is. I've driven over there a number of times, and I had to drive back and get my scooter so I could park. And I'm sure that's the case for a lot of people when that parking lot is full of students that's next to the pool. There just isn't in it much parking. Taking it away also increases, and expanding the pool increases the demand and takes away existing parking. So I don't know how we deal with that. I just wanted to make that comment. You're saying, Michael, that we have to provide parking in a new location, but we don't if we get in a partnership with the school district and allow them to take parking away. It just seems to be
Well, they're not subject to our
conflict.
code. That's the problem.
Yeah.
They're not subject. To our code.
I'm not arguing that point. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing. So once again, back to the comment that Councilmember Whalen made. So if you could let us know what option you prefer. One is the joint use of the 50-meter pool. Or two, explore options to build a new 25-meter pool at an alternate location. We'd like to know where you'd like to see that built, or pursue both options. How many people are going to speak on this item, planning to speak on this item? Okay, so I'll give you 3 minutes. Yeah, and the timer will go off. If you haven't spoken here before, the yellow light goes on when you have like 30 seconds and the red light goes on. So just not to make you nervous when you see the yellow light. So anyway, come on up.
Not Morris Kandarian, not to question which option, but I have a question for you. Did anybody discuss what if we don't participate? What happens to the new high school pool and its usage, its maintenance? And given the fact that if we don't participate, it'll take us 3 to 5 years of design processing CEQA to build our own pool. So I think we'd like to participate, but what if we don't?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Hello, Regina Hartley, 24-year taxpayer, 15-year adoptive grandparent of 2 LBUSD students, recently graduated in 2022 and 23. Also former participant in children's swim lessons, junior guard clinics, and adult pool activities when we could get on the schedule. We always enjoyed the services of the city, especially Tierney's excellent swim lesson when she was the swim instructor for my girls, and especially gratified by the presence of lifeguards before the girls could really swim. My 2 points are, if the school district has $19 million to pay for the pool, they certainly don't need any assistance from the city to foot the lion's share of the maintenance costs. They could pay for it themselves. School district should moreover perhaps reimburse the city for the city's share of the capital input to the present pool. It's unfortunate for the neighbors of the 50-meter pool, both for during the construction and afterwards for a large Olympic-size hosted games, which I'm sure they will have. And I have a question. Is the school district railroading their new pool through because the joint usage agreement is on a 1-year holdover and they're trying to force the issue? Please do not sign another JUA that includes joint use of the pool with the district. It's a disservice to taxpayers. Citizen taxpayers deserve to have their own pool for all age groups. Personally, I'm in favor of Lang Park as it would serve the kids. The children's playground is already there. The teen port meeting room is right there. Activities could include pool parties as part of the teen program. The senior population that lives right behind Lang Park could benefit from the healthy water aerobic exercises. They wouldn't even need parking as the pool would be in their front yard. All ages would have easy access to the pool activities. Parking is already there, as well as an agreement might be able to be worked out with that huge parking structure below what was Gelson's. The school district also could rent the city pool for district programs during the construction of their own pool. And if we use Sensible Laguna's suggestion of the steel pool, I think that can go in within months or within a year. It doesn't take 3 to 5 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Regina. Okay, next speaker, come on up, you guys. We could get a line going here. You good?
Good evening. My name is Chris Alonso. I am for option 2, I think, which is the distancing the city from the school's project as much as possible. I have 2 main reasons why. The first, as a parent of a student who's been through this district, is I don't really think the school has $20 million to burn on a project like this. I've seen firsthand how that money could be spent in better ways to better serve the whole student body and not an increasingly small constituency of aquatics programs students. I don't think the city should have anything to do with that. The second reason why is because of the intensification of the neighborhood. There may be good reasons why the district should be exempt from zoning laws, but that doesn't mean that the city needs to be complicit in that. The intensification here is severe. We're not talking about just kids splashing around in a pool. It's the air horns. It's the 3 practices happening at the same time. It's all these events that conspire to create like a severe intensification of the neighborhood. So in my opinion, the city would be best served by distancing themselves from this project and let the school district do it by themselves.
Where would you like to see the pool?
Lang Park seems like the best option, but I
Okay.
think that by having a more diffuse intensification, like that's better than having it all in one place on Park Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Kemp and members of the City Council, my name is Gene Felder. I'm president of the Top of the Road Neighborhood Association. The Board of Town met on March 6th and voted unanimously to encourage the city to build a community municipal pool as soon as possible. Swimming is often described as the best exercise for all people, young and old. The City Recreation Department should have programs where youngsters have the opportunity to learn to swim and exercise in the city pool. There should be programs for young and old alike. The pool provides one of the only means for the disabled, the elderly, as well as some who are recuperating from an injury to get a healthy bit of exercise. Also, by having its own pool, the city could offer more programs and have greater flexibility over scheduling. The city should identify the best location for its own municipal community pool and proceed with construction as soon as possible. The town board encourages the city to build a city community pool to serve all the residents in Laguna Beach, including those in Top of the Road neighborhood.
So Gene, you don't have a preference where it's built?
We didn't discuss that.
Okay.
I'm John Thomas. I'm going to be speaking for myself, but if I have any time left, I will also pass out a letter from South Laguna Civic. The bottom line is that this is a case of needs and wants. The city does not need a new pool, but the school board wants a new pool. The city is in the way, so the school district just ends its longstanding agreement with the city for joint use, essentially kicking the city out of the pool and leaving members of the public without a pool for many months. This is at least inconsiderate. The city isn't being asked if it wants a new pool. It's just being told by the district the arrangement is ended. It isn't that there is anything wrong with the existing pool or the existing arrangement. Both seem to work just fine, but it seems the district has decided that it wants to destroy a perfectly functional pool so that it can take something the district, build something it likes better. So what course of action do you take? The residents of Laguna should have a pool and probably its own pool. But the city needs time to figure out what's possible, what's in the best interest of the residents, and work out the details, of which there are many. I am not advocating that the city share a new pool at the high school, but if the city wants to explore that option, there is no reason why the city should have to share in the construction cost to build the pool, the $19 million pool. The new pool is something the district wants, and if that's what it wants, then it can pay for it. When the current pool was built, the city paid most of the cost to build it, and that pool still holds water today just fine. So the city has already paid for a pool that fits the needs of the city. The school district has said it'll pay for a new pool regardless of whether the city participates or not, and it should do so. With declining enrollment and growing property tax revenue, it can afford to do it in cash, their pool, their cost. So my suggestion is, if the city wants to consider shared use of the new pool at the high school, the city's contribution should be limited to a share of the annual operating cost only of the pool, not the construction costs or something the city hasn't asked for. The cost alone of operating the current pool is substantial, something like $500,000 or $600,000 a year. If the new district pool is larger than the current pool, then the operating costs will probably be much higher. So a contribution from the city of a share of the higher operating costs of the bigger pool should be more than enough compensation to the district for shared use. And the annual sharing should not necessarily be the same 70-30, but rather the sharing should be based on actual use by the city as a share of the total availability. Again, I am not advocating that the city share use of the new pool district, but if the city is considering that, the cost sharing arrangement needs to be just as new as a new pool. Personally, I think we ought to do our own pool, city pool. I don't really have a good spot for it. I suspect the most likely is St. Catharines, whether that's a good idea or not. On behalf of South Laguna Civic, I will pass out a letter. Unfortunately, I've used up all my time, but their basic points are they really don't like Lang Park. It's already been considered and rejected for a lot of good reasons. They think you need a good comprehensive study. And can you pass this out?
Thanks, John.
And maybe do a steering committee or something. Thanks. If anybody wants to help with the city flag.
My name is Gene Cooper. I've been a longtime resident in Laguna Beach for over 50 years. And I was here when they moved the pool from the campus over the park. Some time ago, when this first started in these council chambers, there was a parade of swimmers that came in here and said what a good thing it was. And their coaches, same thing. They gave the impression that they were terrific. They could walk on water, literally. And then I asked myself the question after it was all over with, well, if they've done such a good job, why do they need 25 more meters on their pool there? And I never got a clear answer. Everything has been written and whatnot. And Mr. Weiss over there wrote a beautiful piece the other day. Everything's been written about this, and that question still bothers me. And it's turned into another question. What's the consequence of that extra 25 meters? What will come out of that? Will they be better swimmers? What will happen? Right now, it seems to work. It's kind of clumsy a little bit. But I live right across the street from it, and I know that there are big periods where there's nobody there. I'm there, but nobody's there in the pool there. And I can't make a decision unless you tell me what the consequences of this extra 25 meters will be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sherry Morgan. And on March 23rd, 2023, I stood here before you and brought this to the council that the school district was getting ready to present a 10-year facility plan that included a 50-meter pool, that included elevated tennis courts, extra parking, new administration buildings. And I put you all on notice and said, you really need to pay attention, because I guarantee you that this administration of the school will push this project through, come hell or high water, whether you want it or not. And here we are, 300 and, what are we, less than 365 days, but almost. And they have now an approved 50-meter pool. They have money allocated and plans in the works. So not just the pool is the issue, but I'm sitting here telling you, all of you as voters in this community, you have to take notice that this administration and the board majority at our school district has absolutely no care for what you want, what you think you need, what our water polo legacy is hanging on, because our little school has produced Olympic athletes in this little pool. And yes, it needs to be repaired. It has issues that need to be addressed. Sensible Laguna has identified those, but there are solutions. But for you all to allow this superintendent and this board majority to hang this project over your head and leverage your authority over how you lead our community into the future and today is monumental. And if you roll over and let them make you make a decision based on what they have pushed down our throat, you are going to be in their back pocket for a very long time. The impact of this pool is not today. It is for the history and the future of our community. We need to embrace our water polo community. We need to provide them the services they have. But you know what? We have baseball players. We have over 35 baseball players that have gone on to play Division I, Division II community college. I'm actually streaming my kid's game back here while I listen to you guys talk, and he's playing Division I. We have 5 players at least that have gone pro on one baseball field with no lights that shares facilities. So there are different solutions, but to allow this superintendent to continue with this board, allowing him to have free reign of our community, he does not pay taxes. He does not live here. And that $19 million does nothing to educate our children whose math scores have dropped down to 50% of our high school students are meeting math standards, which is a far cry from when you were there, when we were at 58%, which still is not ideal. Our English language is at 85% of our high school students meeting standards. So none of this dollars that they're using for this pool has anything to do with our education of our students. So as a city council, please think of the big picture. Serve our elderly community and our youngest, but don't let the superintendent decide the future of this town. Thank you.
Hi, council members. Good
Just-
evening.
Just a second.
Yeah,
We don't actually clap in here. You can go like this, wave your hands.
I was hoping you'd say that after me. No. Ed Wilson, I am a product of the district. I have 3 kids there myself. Yes, they do play water polo. I only stuck them in water polo because I wanted them to be better swimmers in the ocean. It's turned out they love the sport. And my 2nd and 4th graders are in the pool, and they have to wait until the district kids get out before they can start. It's the city. My kids are part of the city, not the district. They are part of the district, but when we refer to city, we're still referring to my little kids, okay? So they're both city and district, and they have to wait to get in. And then my 11-year-old, the 6th grader, doesn't get out of the pool till 9 o'clock at night. And he's swimming this close to the other kids in front of him. He's turned into a phenomenal swimmer. The kid swims a 100 on the 106, and he's only 11 years old. And yes, we have turned out Olympians, but I think they would do even better if we showed them some support. So I am behind the 50-meter joint use agreement. I think we should help the kids. I too like to lap swim when I can. I don't like sharing lanes. We've needed pool space in Laguna Beach for a very long time, and I don't think you should follow the swan song of another pool is going to solve everyone's problems. We need to keep our feet on the ground and find a solution that actually makes cost sense if you look at the staff report. So one of the questions I had just in terms of the procedural rules here is, the last time it went through and the city signed up on the joint use agreement, did it have to go through design review? That wasn't addressed, so. Yeah.
We'll make a note of these questions. We'll get them
Okay,
answered.
great, thank you.
The answer is no.
The answer is no, yeah. The answer is no. Okay. There's the answer.
Hi, my name's Vicki McIntosh. Almost a year ago, just alerted a few days in advance, a handful of citizens attended the March 23rd school board meeting where the district, led by Superintendent Valoria, unveiled a $150 million facilities master plan. The plan, concocted by Valoria and his hand-picked committee, totaling roughly 20 people, only 4 of them actually lived in Laguna. School board members Kelly Osborne and Jan Vickers, along with the president of School Power and a School Power trustee. Their plan included massive parking garages with tennis courts on the roof with lights, a 40,000 square foot admin building, and a giant aquatic center. All this was to be crammed into the smallest high school campus in Orange County by far, and in the middle of an over 100-year-old neighborhood. Out of the small group of attending citizens, Sensible Laguna was formed, and that was a good thing. They took it on organizing citizens and working tirelessly to protect the city, the community, the neighborhood, and to save taxpayers millions of dollars. Because of pressure from Sensible Laguna and the citizens, the district scaled it back to a $100 million project, but have kept insisting they need a 50-meter pool. Well, we'll stay tuned for that in the future. The need for a separate city community pool that serves all residents is what I believe is needed. Joining the district is really putting a Band-Aid on a problem that will only get bigger. The staff report mentions a city-owned pool gets the most versatility, flexibility, and room to serve the entire community and to have space to grow. I'm definitely in a vote for having the city's own pool. You might ask, where do I think that should be? I'm going to tell you, I think Sensible Laguna has some good options, is what I'm going to tell you, because I've seen them. One thing I wanted to bring up as well is when you talked about the CIP definition and the dollars weren't budgeted. I question if that statement is actually accurate, because any budgeting process, and I know the city does a good bit budgeting process. You're going to look at your dollars and where you're going to need repairs, maintenance, and it's inevitable that something would have to happen with that pool. It's not going to last forever. So I would wonder how that is looked at in the budgeting process and reserves. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robin Hall, and I'm a 45-year resident of Laguna Beach. My daughter went through the Laguna Beach schools and actually swam in the pool. I am in agreement with what's been spoken tonight about we do need another pool, and the high school does need to have their pool repaired. However, I remember attending the school board meeting when they were first talking about the 50-meter pool, and they had lots of opposition to it and seemed to be very unwilling to even negotiate. And hearing you, Mayor Kemp, tell us that they told you unequivocally, no, it was a 50-meter pool or nothing. They keep getting resistance to this, but they're unwilling to listen to reasonable compromises. Sensible Laguna has done a great job on providing information, data, and sound alternatives to what's going on. I'm hoping that the council will look at this. If we've been given a red line in the sand and they won't listen to residents, they being the school board, won't listen to residents and will refuse to negotiate with a money partner. It's not how business is done, at least not how I've ever known business to behave. So I think it's imperative upon the council to listen to the residents stating that, no, we don't want a 50-meter pool there. And it's most unfortunate because the community is built up there. If I were a resident, I would be forming a human chain, just as one of our council people did a lot of years ago. And there may be a human chain around the whole pool if they continue to disregard what we as residents are asking for. We also have an aging population, and Laguna is not going to get any cheaper to live in. Kids aren't getting married. Kids aren't having kids. So guess what? The enrollment's going to go down. That's statistically proven. And yet we're going to spend all this money. Why not spend it on academics, get the pool, get what we need, and spend the money, get a return on investment, and let's educate our youth.
Okay, thanks, Robin.
Hi, I'm Patricia Cooper. We've been here over 50 years. We've been here over 50 years. We've sent our children and our grandchildren through the school system. Plus, we live a half a block away from the present pool location. And all I can say, the last speaker hit most all of the points that I wanted to make sure was clarified tonight. So I hope the council will not support the school in any of its funding or any other of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where do you want the pool?
I'm not sure what all the property is that the city owns. I am familiar with Lang Park. I have taught there myself. And I know Annalisa School leases some of the property there. I do not know how long a term that she may lease, but that is certainly property that could be rearranged, probably destroyed and made into a flatter surface where you could put a pool or other play areas.
Okay, thanks.
My name is Dale O'Neill, and I just figured out why there is not a crowd pouring out of this room tonight. I don't know, it was maybe 9 months, a year ago. We went to what was presented to us as an opportunity to speak and observe the plan for the high school expansion. And it was presented like we're going to have a chance to go talk about it. So we go there, and there were 100 people, 150 people. And as we talked about it, everybody was against it. They were the neighbors, it was, but we were all looking around for who do we talk to? And so they had many of you were probably there. They had all these lovely little things. Here's what's going to look like here. When you go up to talk to someone and say, well, are we going to have any discussion about this? No, this is just sort of an information thing. And so everybody was frustrated to death because it was like there's a runaway train going on here. We can't do anything about it. So tonight I thought, all right, well, this is a night where you can come out and protest and our city council's they're gonna get fired up. And now I realize you're not the decider. You're just sort of, well, do we want to have a little bit of negotiation leverage by throwing some money into the pot? And even there, because you're the weak partner, it's like, blow you off. So I guess I speak for a lot of people I know that are frustrated. How on earth did this train just get going and doing this massive project that is going to just be chaos for so many for a declining enrollment? I'm frustrated. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Julian Harvey, a 35-year resident. I'm here in support of option 1 to pursue the 50-meter joint use pool. This item is about seizing an opportunity being presented. 34 years ago, while employed as the Marine Safety Lieutenant here in Laguna Beach and playing on the U.S. water polo team, I was asked to review the plans to move the pool from the high school quad to its present location. While the move was well overdue, I stated emphatically the pool should be 50 meters to allow for greater use and flexibility. When the decision was made to construct the current pool, I reiterated that one day the decision would be regretted. Here we are with another opportunity to provide the sensible and correct solution for the city. The most cost-effective alternative is the partnership with the district in the construction and operation of a joint-use 50-meter pool. The school district voted sensibly to rebuild the current pool into a 50-meter facility to accommodate the needs of its aquatics programs. Your vote tonight will determine whether our competitive youth aquatics programs, our swim instruction programs, and our residents who swim will share the use of this state-of-the-art facility or be relegated to traveling outside the city for pool space. Considering the success of our water polo programs and the Olympians they have produced, despite inadequate facilities, this decision would prove shameful and far more regrettable. The option offered in the staff report to instead pursue and construct a separate pool within city limits is not a viable one. It is noteworthy that the cost estimate put forth in the staff report to share the district's 50-meter pool is the exact same as building a standalone community pool. How is that possible? I'll tell you, it's because it is presumed that the site of the community pool will be on property already owned by the city, and therefore there will be zero land acquisition expense. Going along with that presumption, a suitable location would not only need to be identified, but would need to have the support of the residents. And judging by the tepid survey results, I wonder if that would happen. Soil and engineering studies, traffic analysis, parking studies, lighting modeling, CEQA. Let's be clear and honest with one another tonight. It will never happen. To illustrate this further, consider those who are speaking in opposition tonight, opposed to the construction of a 50-meter pool at a location which is already a pool, on a site which is already on district property, already operating as a joint district community pool until 9 p.m. every night and at district expense. A 50-meter pool provides the flexibility of concurrent uses. Laguna does not have a competitive swim team simply because of inadequate facilities, unacceptable considering where we live. Please also understand there will be a shallow end, not 18 inches deep as currently exists, which is too shallow, but a depth that allows for swim instruction. Portable underwater platforms are also available for swimmers to stand on as needed. In closing, failing to act in this moment to prudently and sensibly leverage the mutually beneficial partnership with the district will amount to another squandered opportunity to invest in the future of the city and in its residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Julian.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Keating, and I want to come here and first of all dissuade some people from things that are not true. I have been swimming for 9 years almost every day at the pool. I think it's incredible we have so few people here because we were never included at any time, and there's been no arrangement for the people that are going to be displaced during this whole mess. I want us to think of a community pool that not just service athletes. I want it to service the seniors who are getting hip replacements, a therapeutic pool with it. I want it for the young kids with autism who need sensory integration. I mean, what we're not offering to our kids. My son, I went to New Jersey for 2 years and did intensive intervention. He graduated from Pepperdine, multiple things, but he swam 2 to 3 days every day in a therapeutic pool. And I'm not saying that is the only thing. You know, in the 9 years I have been with the swimming there, it's almost nothing that the school district has done. And I'm sorry, there's one night we can swim there, Friday night, and you can get 2 to 3 lanes if you're lucky. So nobody who works can go to use the pool at any time. In terms of locations, I've scouted several and I have several parking suggestions because I think we need to get away from thinking of this parking. We need to think of a drop-off zone. So I would like to recommend Lang Park. You're spending a fortune getting noise abatements. Put it up to the Alta Laguna. Make that your big park for big sports activities. Make it into a really nice one for all the pickleballers people. And then leave the one, either Lang Park or St. Catharines. St. Catharines, you have a turnaround. And they also own, I think you guys own the parking, 65 ones right by Ruby's. And it's that the Montage is leasing. Plus, Ruby's, and I talked with them, they're more than willing to put a shuttle stop right there so you could have arrange the buses or the local Laguna to pick up people to bring them to and fro. But we need a separate thing. I am appalled that it's going to take you 5 to 3 years when the school district is building it in 18 months. And I don't think you can negotiate with them. They have done nothing for us as swimmers. And I mean nothing. If it wasn't for Tierney and her people, we would be shafted. I mean, at the drop of a hat, they see it. And all of those people that don't have transportation, where are they going to go? All the elderly adults. I mean, if you swim there, you see these people, they're barely hobbling along and they're hobbling in to swim. And I don't think the school district, if they put in a 50 meters, it'll be racing swimming. It won't be tootling along, talking to your neighbors, finding out about everyone. I think you need to think of St. Catharines or Lang Park, get the pickleball out there, and let's put in something decent. And it shouldn't take you 2 to 5 years. That's ridiculous.
All right, thanks.
Hey guys, excuse me. Hey guys, Tim Wald. First and foremost, great work. I mean, I know you guys put a lot of time and effort into taking a look and looking at all our options. I have kids in high school that swim, play water polo. I have youngsters that do the other recreational programs. I swim myself. I'm out there all the time. So obviously very interested in a pool. I'm an advocate of a 50 meter. I'm an advocate of the joint usage. I think that the pool's going in, it's happening. Let's make the best of it. You guys are going to do the job and negotiate and figure out what's best that we can get. But it seems to be our fastest option, our most economical option, and probably the most realistic option going forward. So I'll send an email with a little bit more detail and some more thoughts there, but thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Hey there, Rich Blavitich, 31 years in town here. I'm all for updating a pool, but what the school district is planning is out of control. There's just not the space there. It's a tight space. There's houses within 50 feet of where this pool is going to be. So keep in mind that the 25-meter pool that we have right now has been there for 30 years. It worked when we had a high school with 1,200 kids in it. We have 800 and some now. As others have said, that the enrollment's going to keep going down. The number of students who are actually in varsity sports and water sports there is only around 50, I understand. And the number of community residents who use the pool, I don't know, 10%, can't be a very high number, but I'm all for a great pool, but 50 meters is just way too big. So I would hope that we would consider alternatives that are fiscally responsible, neighborhood friendly, scaled appropriately, offer a second pool. If the school district isn't willing to negotiate, let's go our own way. It seems it's like it's their way or the highway. So let's just do our own thing. I'm all for putting it at Gelson's. Thank you.
Johanna Felder. I sent you a letter, but there's a few more things I'd like to say. I feel like the school district has been acting like a bully. And I think it's foolish to think that you can negotiate with them. I mean, they've already set the bar, and I mean, they are, and I don't think they're going to do anything that they don't want to do. And you talk about design review, it's not going to happen. I think that the budget, has the city budgeted this amount that they're asking you to put into this pool? I don't think so. So, it's not in the budget anyway. And then, let me see, I have some notes here. And then you also would be saving the maintenance fees that, would go into our own pool. So I do hope that you would decide on option 2. And I don't have a specific place. I don't know all the property that the city owns or can avail themselves to. And that's something that I hope that you can find something that would be satisfactory within the community. So thank you very much.
Hello, City Council. I'm Scott Brashear, 54-year resident of Laguna Beach, water polo player, class of 1979. I lived through the original pool, which was in the middle of the campus. And we went through the litany of where they were going to put the pool back then. My family, we grew up on Virginia Park Drive. So we dealt with wanting to put the pool in the district parking lot, where we're going to do with the parking for the parking lot. And so it leads me to think about right now, what about the environmental impacts of getting the pool actually site prepared for construction? The jackhammering of all that concrete, where are all those trucks going to go to take the concrete, come into town and take it out of town? Then, of course, we have to prepare the site, all the thousands and thousands of tons of concrete that's going to get poured, where are all those trucks going to get staged? The traffic's impacted enough as it is year round, not just in the summertime. And so I think about, where are those trucks going to be waiting to dump all their concrete? Where are the trucks going to be waiting to be loaded with all the concrete? Where are all the workers going to park? Where are they going to stage all the building materials? So these are things that we haven't even got to the pool yet. And what is it going to do to the property values, impacting transportation, just the general wear and tear in our town. That's it.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Mayor, City Council and staff, my name is Scott Kibbe. I wanted to speak in support for option 1 for joint use and partnership for the school district's new 50-meter aquatics facility. There's a tremendous value that our community gains of this partnership with the school district. This partnership is mutually beneficial for both student athletics and our community for health and safety through drowning prevention and learn to swim programs, our junior lifeguard tryouts, as well as youth and adult aquatic programming, including Laguna Beach water polo. I have 2 children that participate in city programming that are ages 6 and 9, who both had the pleasure of meeting you at the Arbor Day event, Madam Mayor. And these programs are just incredible, just for our health, our well-being. And one gentleman brought up an incredible question earlier, and that was about consequences for the 50-meter pool. And I'd like to pose the same question about consequences for the timelines of the other alternatives. And the consequences for the other alternatives are just too great. Thank you.
Ben Simon. I live on Virginia Park Drive. The school district wants their 50-meter pool, and they don't have to get your permission, and they're going to push it down your throats, and you really can't say anything about it. I remember when I got on design review, I asked about schools, and they're like, "Oh, no, they can do their own thing. That's their own thing." So you're kind of stuck in the corner. The whole town is stuck in a corner. What you guys are in charge of are all the roads around the high school. You have something to say about that. You have something to say if this having this 50-meter pool in a high school with a shrinking population where only 10% of the high school is even involved in aquatics. That's something you should know about. They're going to have activities there that are going to draw more people, and then they're going to slowly start building all these parking garages they were talking about. What you guys can do is say, hey, the school district, you know, your hands are tied, but you control the roads around them. Traffic, you might have to put lights up there. You might, you know, there's going to be a lot of people. You might have to get the PTC involved to do studies about what kind of traffic these events could generate it. Don't be sucked into letting them think, asking you to help pay for it because it's their pool. Don't pay for it. They're going to do what they want. Don't give them a penny. Take that money and spend it elsewhere. You guys are sharp as tacks. This is the best council I've ever seen in my almost 40 years here. So just say, build your pool, but anything you can do to help control the construction, the future parking structures, the events, the potential for additional traffic lights, traffic circles, parking and traffic committee, get all them involved because the school is going to do what they want to do because they can. It's nothing personal to anyone who wants the pool. It's nothing personal to anyone at the school district. I'm sure everyone are lovely people, but in this case, they're bullies. Thank you.
Any more speakers? Come on down.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Kimberly Smith. I am a resident of Laguna Beach and mother of 2 children in the school district. My vote would be for number 1. I think as we all sit here this evening, we all have a very vested interest, whether it be for ourselves, our aging community, or our children, to invest in the aquatics program of our community. My vote is to support the school. I believe that instead of cutting off our noses in spite of our faces, we can come together and negotiate in a very creative way in which all parties agree and all parties win. And so I encourage you to continue down the path of working with the school district so that we as a community can benefit holistically. Thank you.
Well, I had a long speech. You only got 3 minutes, so I'm gonna jump around based on what people said. Hopefully we can track with it. One thing I want to point out to everybody, just to make sure everyone understands, the programs that are city programs is every single kid, every single parent, every single resident, except the high school kids.
Steve, you have to talk to us because we're the
Sorry,
we're the decision-
except
yeah.
the high school kids. The high school kids, there's 79 of those. Some do swimming and water polo. So when you net it all down, you got about 50 kids in a 50-meter pool if the city decides to go somewhere else. One way to solve the issue of the pool being closed for 15 months or 9 months or whatever it's going to be, and staging of trucks and all these other things we have to deal with. Regardless of the size of the pool, we could get a temporary pool. We could put that right outside the door here. We could put it on a parking lot. We could put it at Lang on the Grass. We could put it inside Gelson's. Those exist, and those take 6 months to build, 6 months. And if we wanted to make that our own pool, they're 25 meters and you can expand them. You can talk to the pool builders we have. They could drop it into the grass at anywhere that you wanted to once you figured out where you could put that pool, if that makes sense. The kids are going to need a place to go, and that is one option for sure. You got $1 million to keep that pool going. That's what the numbers say that have been provided. Everyone talks about the pool they want, the pool they'd love to have. I played water polo competitively. I swam competitively. I was pretty good. But none of that matters. A lot of the question here as well is, well, how much darn money does this cost? No one's talking about that at all. We're talking about what it costs in year 1. This is a 30 to 50 year asset. So once we decide we're going to dig a hole, there's 30 to 50 years of activity happening around that hole.
So just so everybody knows some of the numbers, because I'm running out of time, sadly. The experts who do stuff for this say that number's about 800,000 to 1.3 million or so. That's what it's going to cost us every single year. Every year, that money could go somewhere else. When you do the math and you apply even a below average inflation rate, what we're talking about over the lifetime ask for this, for the taxpayers. Thank you. The lifetime ask for the taxpayers for this 50-meter pool is 90 to 130 million bucks. 90 to 130 million bucks. That's what we're talking about here. That's what we have to think about. We'd all love to have a 50-meter pool and another one, another one, another one, but they all cost money. So does a 25-meter pool. Everything costs money, and everything in Laguna has an impact. That's a huge impact we really have to think about before we just plunge down the path. And a 25-meter pool, we can get a temporary one until we can figure it out.
Thanks, Steve.
Hello, my name is Chris Housen. I am a 54-year resident, and no, I wasn't born here. I was quickly looking up the definition of a partnership and types of partnerships. And there are several types of partnerships and arrangements, in particular, partnerships in a business. All partners share liabilities and profits equally, while other partners may have limited liability. They're also called silent partners. And in either way, both partners work together in the greater good of their business. You guys are not partners with our school district. They are not partners with our city, our students, and our future. The school board needs to change. It needs to be recalled. I can recall back in the 80s, Laguna Beach was planning on building a pool from early 80s, and they were going to build it in the canyon. I don't know what happened to that, but it was a plan then. Now we're looking at 2024. We need a community pool. We need a separate pool for our city. Our city has separate everythings. We have a separate ambulance service now. We need a separate pool. I think it could be at Lang Park, St. Catharines, just not Alta Laguna Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. Jeb, right out of the surgery room.
Hi, my name is Jeb Brown. I too have lived here a long time. I've lived here over 30 years, and I've been swimming at that pool since they opened the doors. And I would just like to express my support for option one. I think that's the one that makes the most sense to me. Thank you.
It got postponed. So I'm Kirsten Warner. I've lived next to the high school for 25 years, and this weekend is a really cool event. The high school is hosting a legacy event that dates back to 1937. It's the A6 Track and Field Trophy Invitational. And it happens once a year, and it attracts high school track and field. 60 high school, up to 60 high schools will be participating this weekend on the football field at the track meet. When you go to the event, the website says for dropping off athletes and stuff, the buses pull off and then they go and park in the canyon. If there are driving participants or spectators, the link takes them to the city parking, which is like all downtown or wherever we have city parking, garages or public parking, nothing close to the high school. So I've worked this event. I've worked the door before selling tickets, and people are so frustrated. Even if they've parked they're welcome to park in the neighborhood if they can find a spot. It's just really far. So my whole thing about the pool is the parking garage that's going to come with it, for sure. And they took it off. They took it off the master plan. They said they weren't going to hold events, but when I just heard you guys say that they're going to build it anyway, and then they are using this bargaining chip, about having events or not having events, if you get involved or not. And then we don't live in the city of LBUSD. We live in the city of Laguna Beach. And let's not let them run the show. That shows, back to the partnership, you don't talk like that in a partnership. You don't make those kinds of rules. So my vote, I guess, is 2 pools. My vote is really not a parking garage, and that's what's going to come with that Olympic-sized pool. Olympic-sized pool needs parking. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jackie Shafkin. I'm a 30-year resident and swam competitively for many, many years. If I look at these proposals, let me first say, if I could wave a wand, you know, the windfall of $16 million that's available for this pool, which we pay for because we're a basic aid. Okay, so we're already paying for the pool. I mean, I hate when I hear the school's gonna, I know it's their money, but it's a basic aid district. We're the ones that have funded that. So just to be clear, in a shrinking school district, shrinking by the day. But when I look at the capital costs for the shared use and the 25-meter pool that would be new, it looks like it's $13 million, give or take, either way. But one will own and one we will not. And then the annual operating costs looks like it's about the same. And then Councilmember Weiss brought up some points already about potential additional revenue. So they're going to do the pool. We don't want the 50 meter, but they're going to do the pool. So it's, do we pay 13 million for their pool or 13 million for a pool that that may meet the needs of all the community members? I just echo the same thing that other people have said in terms of the trust. I would like to think that things can be negotiated in good faith. It's very sad to hear what has transpired so far in terms of not really operating, I would say, in a manner that would suggest that we should trust what the school board is going to say. So I would be in favor of a 25-meter pool, because if we're going to pay 13 million anyway, I'd rather the city actually has control over it to meet all of the community needs. I have seen Sensible Laguna's work. It's really fantastic. And I actually like St. Catharines. Lang would be a great spot too, but I like St. Catharines. I had children that went to school there. I know it's a tight spot. You've all seen that flat location it's a lower field. They had it down. There was a drop off of 250 kids every day. They actually have space, you know, where there's parking right now, small parking lot, an area by the former middle school, which is also very flat and had parking. But I hope that there's an option, but if we have to pay $13 million, I think the city should own it. Thank you.
Jackie, anybody else? You can't say anything, no. Sorry, it's one bite of the apple here, unfortunately.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you, right? Yes, as a lot of people don't know, there's a lot of misconceptions out there about what everybody believes, what everybody thinks. The important thing here is that Sensible Laguna in particular does agree that we do need a larger pool for the high school kids. There's no doubt about it, unequivocally. There's a lot of details that a lot of people don't know. I'm all pro 50, 50, 50 because everybody has a 50, and I'll get into that in a second. But concerning the staff report, we've had a lot of things. We've scoured that. We have a lot of disagreement with some of the numbers that are there. And the only thing that we do agree with there that's really good is that the city having their own pool would be the most versatile, flexible solution that handles the community. So the staff report states that if we join the district and ask them to add 3.5 to 4 foot shallow lanes, 5 of them, for our programs, the idea is that those lanes would allow the city to have the youth programs and practice earlier and put them in the pool at the same time as the high school teams practice in the afternoon. I don't think you want your kids over there, your 6-year-old, to hear the language. We've heard it, and it is not good. The whole second set of bathrooms to build, just because the high school kids can't share with the little kids, just costs so much more. No problem. The district said that 3 concurrent practices was a big portion of their decision to make a 50-meter pool. Well, guess what? When you have 5 shallow lanes, it takes up roughly 12 meters of a 50-meter pool. That leaves them with 38 meters all deep pool. Well, And according to them, a 38 wouldn't work for them because they need a 50. Well, I guess it's not all that important, is it? And they also say that other teams they play have 50-meter pools. 2 out of the 7 teams in the Sunset Conference have a 50-meter pool. In fact, 3 of those 7 are brand new pools, 2 35-meter pools and a 40 at Edison. And all those schools are over 3 times the enrollment of Laguna Beach at roughly 850. They're 2,400 to 3,000, and they're putting people into pools. So, folks, this is just part of the scam the district has pulled to justify this, and you guys should not participate in this. And the city does need their own pool. And the fact that it doesn't address the kiddie pool is huge. This is a community, and we can't, the glib action of, oh yeah, we just won't have it. You know, that's okay. Everybody, that's okay. Well, my kids swam in it. A lot of kids swim in it. We've talked to dozens of parents, and they're not happy about this. So we need a kiddie pool, not therapeutic lanes, splash ball areas, or tot docks and other lame stuff. We need a sloped, real kiddie pool that can be shared. And we appreciate your looking at this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
Good evening, everybody. Robert Duran, 20-year resident of Laguna Beach, lap swimmer, uses the pool regularly. 2 kids that work and lifeguard at the pool, grew up swimming at the pool. Also have a long history of water polo swimming, lifeguarding through high school and college. There's simply not sufficient lap swim times or pool availability right now for community members to use the pool as it is. There's clearly a need for a larger pool and more pool time. If it was a realistic option to build another pool, I'd be in support of pursuing both options, but I'm firmly in support of the joint use agreement. It makes economic sense. It's the fastest way to deliver that capacity to the community. It's the cheapest way to deliver capacity to the community. And the reality is the other pool's never getting built. We tried it 3 or 4 years ago. There was a similar local neighborhood opposition to it that squashed it, among other reasons. It's just not a realistic plan. So therefore, I'm firmly in support of the joint use agreement. Terms will be negotiated in a reasonable manner. I think this is an opportunity for the city and the community to get the use of the pool for things that they want and things that they need. It's the most cost-effective approach to get it done. It's an opportunity and not a burden. The school is going to build the pool regardless, and whether we want to be able to use it or not is now the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay. Oh, okay.
Hello, I'm Laura Giamani, and I'm a high school parent and also a 24-year resident of Laguna. I have a high school daughter that's a swimmer and water polo player. She's also a lifeguard in the summer, and our whole family are community lap swimmers, so lots of use of the pool. I'm here to support option 1, and that's to pursue the joint use of the 50-meter pool planned by LBUSD. The need for more aquatic space for our high school athletes and our community has been clearly expressed. Additionally, our current pool, being 30 years old, is near the end of its useful life, as we all know. I'm going to talk about why option 2 doesn't make sense to build a separate 25-meter pool at an alternate location. 1, it doesn't make economic sense to spend $15 million when we could split some of this CapEx with LBUSD and share some of the operating expenses. 2, it would lack the community neighbor support. Back in 2016, 2017, there was a rec committee that delved into the potential of building the second pool at Lang Park. Fellow water polo parents at the time were on that committee advocating for improved aquatic facilities. But the plans were shut down or shelved, due in part to the negative community feedback around the surrounding neighbors. This was at a time when we had 2 Laguna athletes, Aria and Mackenzie Fisher, coming off of a gold medal win at the Rio Olympics in 2016, and followed by our younger athletes in the 10 and under, 12 and under, and 14 and under age groups, girls teams, all winning the Junior Olympic national title in that preceding year, 2017. That was an unprecedented time. The city had hosted a citywide celebration at the Suzy Q here The teams were proclaimed Athletes of the Year, and Patriots Day Parade celebrated them. The whole community really celebrated all of our wonderful accolades. But still, with all that support, there was no support for an additional pool at that time in 2016, 2017. So to think that it couldn't happen then, I just wonder, how could it ever happen now when there seems to be even less support for a community pool? So please work with LBUSD on a joint use agreement that benefits all of our community and support the 50-meter pool for the community and the high school use. Just one other fact. I just left the high school where there was a swim meet happening, and there was probably 80 to 90 swimmers from the two teams, our Laguna Beach co-ed team, which is varsity JV, open division, as well as the opposing team. And just warming up, I counted 12 swimmers in one lane where they were all the teams were trying to warm up and prep for this race. Clearly the pool isn't big enough, and a larger pool would help all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, come on up.
Hi, I'm Jolie Eisner. I'm a 6-year Laguna Beach resident, and I grew up as a competitive swimmer in the South, where we had a 25-meter pool. I swam through college. Many of my teammates went to the Olympics. I did not. I went to regional championships, but not to the Olympics, in a 25-meter pool. So I think it will be extremely difficult to negotiate with a school district based on what has happened to date. So I vote for a community pool somewhere else.
Shelley. Okay, anybody else? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. We'll bring it back to the council for comments. Who would like to start?
I'd be happy starting. I think one clarification I want to make on the speaker before this one, for Julie mentioned Lang Park, and that was a big proposal for an aquatic center with conference rooms, with physical workout rooms, with 105 to 15 parking spaces underground. So I can imagine the community said, well, what is this? A parking lot, a parking structure, or a pool? It was confusing, and it was very big. And I think that legacy still lives today. So that's not what we're proposing in option 2, I suppose, or staff is. So I wanted to start with that. I also wanted to say something about, I was, till I was about 30 years old, I was a renter. I much preferred owning than renting. That's what we option here we have. You're a renter with the pool, the option 1. And besides being a renter, they want you to pay for half of it. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I think, from my point of view, the city's been a committed partner since 1994 with the district and funds a large percentage of the cost and staff. So placing pressure on us to say, take it or leave it, it doesn't sit well with me. And that's what this is. And I just don't think that's right. I also want to say about 45 members of the public from October through today wrote to the city council, and most of those vast majority were opposing the 50-meter pool. So not just, and some of this overlap between who's here today. So there is a lot of support for that. And I think, what I said previously, we have much more flexibility in the programs that we had. The staff report says the aquatics programs are managed by the Recreation Division and include learn to swim classes, adult lap, water aerobics, age group, water polo, swim teams, and swim test. What's missing, even in that staff report, is for younger kids to have a pool and to learn even at a 2-year-old age. I've been in the water with my 2-year-old grandson, and it's just something I think we have to have for families. It's a non-starter not to have that. And even for the kids that are 5 or 6, or most of those pools are 18 inches to 2 feet, but it's it's a great place to start to kids in the water. And as the staff report says, and I agree with, building a city-owned pool would provide the city with the greatest programming flexibility, allowing the pool use for community aquatics classes year-round without the need to coordinate scheduling with the district. That's a big benefit. I think there are a lot of pent-up demand. If we provide programs, people will come. And they don't now for a variety of reasons that are difficult to get to the location, or it's difficult to park, or the timings are off. But other factors that make me reluctant to support the 50-meter pool is it's just too small a site and requires destruction of a beautiful locker room, displacement of parking next door, which is loss of parking. And the parking is already scarce. So I think the impacts of the 50-meter pool in the surrounding neighborhoods also have not been adequately considered. The school district said they're going to address those and talk to the neighbors now that they've decided to move on for a 50-meter pool. It seems a bit disingenuous in light of the pending vote. In 2 days, the LBUSD may approve a contract for the engineering and possibly construction of the 50-meter pool. The other impacts from a 50-meter pool include lack of parking, possibly an increase in noise, increased glare from lighting and traffic. So I think, if we participated, it cost us 9 to 13 million. We built our own, somewhat more maybe with parking. We're not providing parking at the high school. I don't know where you get the extra parking for a bigger facility. It doesn't make sense to me. And I think we can increase the fees we collect when we control our own pool. So I'm for option 2, as so many of you are. I know many of you aren't, but I respect that. I think we can still continue to use that pool in the meantime and pay our fair share for the use of the pool for the hours we need and build a separate pool. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with most of George's comments. And again, my opinion is based on the fact that the school or the district has already decided that they're going to move forward with a 50-meter pool. And what it's going to deprive the community of is the, therapeutic use and the small child use, which I think is really important to the community. And I can't see us really ignoring that fact. So I think that we should move forward despite everybody's, not thinking that we could actually achieve a different pool. The pool that was years ago in 2016, I guess, on some of the notes that I read about that particular endeavor, was the resistance in the neighborhood was, in fact, because it was an aquatic center that was going to be built to hold swimming meets, and it was going to have bleachers and all kinds of other amenities. I don't think we need that. I think we need a pool. And so I think that we could find a location for a pool. So I'm going to support that. What I would like to recommend is for this to be put and included in the facilities master plan, and something that we would move to the front of the line and we could get going on it immediately. And I'd like to hear what my other council members have to say.
Who wants to go?
Well, first of all, I appreciate all the input. I think it was very helpful and informative from a number of the members of the public. And, I do want to thank the Sensible Laguna folks. They didn't really present a lot of their stuff tonight, but they've done a lot of work, in analyzing alternatives and sort of what else exists out there in the world. So that was very helpful. As I said at the beginning, there's no perfect answer to this, because it sounds like, I think where we're headed is probably tonight to say, well, let's pursue a second community pool. But, the net result of that to us as taxpayers is the most expensive outcome, right? It's $32 million of total costs, and it's higher operating costs. So that's not ideal. If you're looking at trying to, if you're looking for the most efficient outcome, you'd have a single location that met city needs and district needs, both. But I don't think that's there. I don't, at this point, I think we just take the district at their word. I think they really believe the 50-meter pool best suits their programmatic needs, and that's where they're at. So, if that's where they're at, then I think, I used to be on the school board, and maybe I'd have a different view if I still were on the school board, but I'm now on the, over here on the council, and I don't think the 50-meter option is right for us, the city, the community generally. It just can't fulfill all our needs. We're going to come, as Councilmember Weiss said, and Councilmember Orgel, we're not going to fulfill all the needs for the little kids. The afternoon time, even if there's some joint use, it's not unfettered joint use. So I think, in the end, but there are challenges with this. If you look at the district's timeline, they're going to bid and award construction in September of 25. Let's just assume that plays out, that they get through the CEQA process and the DSA process. Well, there's not going to be a pool up there come October of 2025. We can't have no pool in the community for 2-3 years. Yeah, everybody, and listen, nobody feels the frustration more than I do about how long it takes us to get stuff done. But we have a city CEQA process, a design review process. It will take, sadly, it will take 3 years at best to get a pool up and going. So we can't have, in my view, we can't have 2 years without any access to a pool here in the community, right? Which if we say, district, go your way, city, go your way, we don't have a pool come October 25. So what do we do about that? I mean, we've got to figure that out, number one. Number two, we've got to figure out location. I'd say kind of the leader in the clubhouse here in the room was Lang Park. There's going to be opposition to Lang Park, guaranteed. St. Catharines, by the way, we have to stop calling it St. Catharines. I go to St. Catharines. I like St. Catharines, but it's now the Laguna Beach Community and Recreation Center. So, I know Sensible Laguna's outlined some things there. That's challenging. We already have directed staff to look at parking there. There's inadequate parking. If we put a pool there and take out some of the parking, there's a further parking deficit there. So every location that we have is going to have challenges. And I just hope that when council moves forward with looking at alternative locations, all of you who said we need a second community pool are back in here, giving some support for a location. And let me tell you what, there's no perfect location. There's going to be opposition from somebody to every location because we don't have a nice open field, like we don't have the Kevin Costner Field of Dreams where we can just, carve it out of the cornfield, right? Not going to happen. So I support directing staff to move ahead to look at this. I don't know, Mark has an interesting suggestion about folding it into the facilities master plan. But, we're not making any new real estate in Laguna Beach. So there's no silver bullet here as to where this thing's going to be located. We kind of know what our universe of sites are. So, I think I'm supportive of proceeding ahead at this point and, advising the district that it doesn't make sense for us, just city perspective, to participate in a 50-meter pool because we just can't achieve all of our needs there. And as one of the speakers said, and I think it was Jackie, and I agree with her, the costs are equivalent. They're really, interestingly, they come out to be about the same for our own pool and construction and operating costs versus participating with the city where the district where we get most, but we don't get everything we need. So anyway, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, Bob, I'd like to point out, and I should have mentioned this before, that Griffith Structures is the company that the city's hired to help us with the facilities master plan. And they're also the company that did the assessment on the 2016 project. So they already, are relatively up to speed with some of this, and I think that they could jump on it relatively quickly.
Yeah, so I think it sounds like there's a consensus from my colleagues, but I think it sounds like there's a consensus in this room from, I'd say 80% of the people that we do need. I mean, the current pool is just unacceptable at the high school. It's unacceptable that we have to have people, 8 people or 4 people in a lane swimming together, that we have to have kids leaving at 9 o'clock at night. There was a lot of discussion about our declining enrollment and our, how we don't have young families here. I really want this to be a community that invests in young families and creates opportunities for young families. So I think the first thing I would say is the school district is going forward with a 50-meter pool. We've talked about that. Multiple people have reiterated that that's going to happen. And so the question before us is, do we get involved? I agree with what my colleagues think. At this point, I'm not prepared to make that financial contribution. I think the right place to put, $9 to $13 million, which is what would be proposed going to the school district at this point, or committing at this point, is to use that money as part of our facilities master plan to really create opportunities. Expanding on what Mark said, we picked Griffin Structures, the company, because they're experts at what's called a public-private partnership, P3, where you're able to create government infrastructure projects in a much quicker way than if you do it through the traditional government procurement process. Because the traditional government procurement process, you have to go out to bid, find a designer, right? And then you go out to bid, after that, you go out for to get the general contractor to do the construction. In this model, you have a master. They're the master developer essentially, and they can do that in a much quicker time frame. So it wouldn't make sense from just a planning perspective for us to take $9 to $13 million off the table when we're about to undertake we just paid a lot of money if we approved a contract for a facilities master plan. So I'm hopeful that there are opportunities there. I personally think that the Laguna Beach Community and Recreation Center is the ideal situation for, to have a world-class recreation center, to have a community pool. I'm persuaded by what Jackie was saying, and some of the other commenters about, the costs are pretty similar in terms of, going in with the district compared to doing our own pool. I also think, if in this city, if we based our future based on our past, if we said, oh, in 2018, we couldn't get a pool at Lang Park, that doesn't mean we couldn't do it in the future. We would get nothing done, because that's been the history, right? Where we haven't been able to do the kind of projects that we need. We have a council here who's prepared to make those investments, to make those tough decisions. I just think it would not be, from when we look at our fiduciary obligation, which is to our budget, the taxpayers, our residents, it wouldn't make sense at this point to go in with the district. So I agree with Mark's direction. The facility master plan already contemplated looking at different sites for pools, because that is a facility. And so I like Mark's suggestion of directing the facility master plan ad hoc committee to expeditiously look at opportunities for a community pool. So that would be, I'm interested to hear what the mayor thinks as well, but that's what I'm supportive of.
Okay, thank you. When we had our subcommittee put together, I was hoping that we would be negotiating with the school district, not just on size, but on different, programs and usage. But that really didn't really happen. We had a lot of talks with them, and I think a lot of good faith discussions, but in the end, they just weren't willing to compromise. I think the 50-meter pool is too big. When I walked it off, I thought it was pretty big. And someone asked something about don't we put money in the capital budget for the pool? Well, yeah, but we don't put $14 million in our capital budget for a pool that we're not contemplating. So I agree with putting it in facilities master plan, because we have to look at everything holistically. Everybody has an issue when you do something around here, because we're so compacted here. So, you want to leave the lights on longer at Riddle Field? No. You want to use the Irvine Bowl? No. You want to build a bigger pool? No. You want to play pickleball at Lang Park? No. So it's the problem, because we're all living on top of each other. So one of the problems we will have on the facilities master plan, and I agree with Alex, is we have kind of a can-do council up here. It's a lot different than it used to be here, and we're doing a lot of things. We have a lot of plans this year, but we will get opposition no matter where we try to put the pool in this town. It's the same discussion, just different people. right? Different people, little different slant depending on the location. So it's just tricky for us. We're not like Irvine where they have these wide open spaces and you can put, 4 baseball fields and you can have a pickleball complex and you can have 5 pools or whatever. We can't do any of that. And we can't put it in the canyon either, right, Penny? So, this is our life up here. So when we talk about projects, we don't talk about like the school district does because we have zoning and municipal code. We have all these things we have to abide by, and then we have an active public. So it's difficult. So I would say we put it in the facilities master plan. We're gonna have to. So we have how many properties do we have in our facilities master plan? Like 70?
23, 24?
Oh, no. Where did I get 70? Okay, well, I've been up too late already. But, so 20, anyway, we're going to be spending money on facilities. There's no question. Because we have properties, some we may sell, some we may consolidate, some we may remodel. So we're going to be spending money and we're going to be making a lot of plans. Problem I think we're going to have on this pool though is, I think Bob said it, we're not going to have a pool anytime soon. So we are going to have a time where we don't have a pool. And I have a feeling that people who swim here, and I would be the same if I were a swimmer here in town, which I'm not, that people are going to go like, well, the pool's done over there, assuming they get their 50-meter pool. Can we have some time in there in the meantime? So I expect to get that. And that's not an unreasonable request from people, wanting a place to swim.
Well, and on that point, I think it's a good point. I can't imagine that in the future, let's say it was built, that there wouldn't be an opportunity to negotiate a lease agreement or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would hope so because I don't really want people going out of town to have to swim.
Absolutely.
I mean,
I agree.
I go over to Niguel when I want to swim because I don't really want to talk to people about council stuff while I have a bathing suit on.
That's why I go to
I'd rather
Renaissance.
not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I totally draw the line. So, I mean, that's kind of where I come down. I think this is just it's like Bob said, there's not a win-win here. I think there could be a win-win, but we don't have one available to us at this point. So that's where I am. I'm going to support option 2 with some amendments as suggested by these two.
Do you have a motion, Mark?
Yeah, so we could make a motion for option 2 with the inclusion also with having the ad hoc facilities master plan committee undertake the study of the new pool.
As part of the facilities master plan?
Yeah, as a part of the facilities master plan.
Second.
Could I offer one addition to that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Which would be, and I think we should start thinking about it now, the timeline I mentioned, assuming the district is successful at getting through the process and closing the pool and beginning construction in 2025, that we need the committee to look at are there any interim alternatives that we can
I agree with that.
pursue in town so we don't have a 2-year hiatus?
I agree with that.
If we can negotiate a lease agreement, maybe. Not clear we could do that. So just to look at other alternatives would be my second part of the motion for that interim time.
So would it be a staff function versus a council?
Oh, yeah, I think it's all directing staff.
all the staff and
Or
staff,
the ad hoc committee through the facilities master
Yeah,
plan with,
okay.
together with staff, look at whether there are interim alternatives to.
Yeah, I would
Plug the
include that
gap.
with Griffin's, what we request Griffin to do as part of the larger study. We can also have them come to us and give us options on the an interim option.
Okay, thank you.
I would accept that motion, as the seconder, I accept that.
Okay, we have a motion and we have an amended motion in a second. Is that right? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're going to take a break until 8:25. Okay, we're going to get started up again, everyone. Okay, it's item number 11. Appointment of 2 city council members to an ad hoc committee to review fiscal year 24-25 community assistant grant applications. And Michael, would you like to give us a quick run through here?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Alexis Braun, Recreation Manager with the Transit and Community Services Department. The item before you this evening is the appointment of an ad hoc subcommittee for the upcoming 2024-25 Community Assistance Grant Program. This program is available each year to organizations that provide services to Laguna Beach residents. It assists, the funding assists in planning new projects and expanding services in the community. Last year, you as a city council awarded 36 grants totaling $250,000. And the program is funded 3.5% of the gross revenue of the Festival of the Arts, gross revenue from the Festival of the Arts. And this year, there's approximately $250,000 again to award. The grant applications opened up on January 8th, 2024, and it closes on March 21st, 2024, so in about 9 days from today. And each year you designate 2 council members to form the ad hoc subcommittee to review the applications and make funding recommendations as part of the budget process. This year's is slated for June 11th, 2024. Last year, your council subcommittee was Mayor Kempf and Mayor Pro Tem Ranagi. So this action requested is just to appoint 2 additional council members this year. That concludes the report. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions for Michael or Alexis? I'll open the public hearing. Any comment on this item? No? Okay, council, what do you want to do on this? So Alex and I did it last year.
The other 3.
Hmm?
The other 3.
Yeah, you guys figured it out.
Yeah, I think it's good to change it up. Good George and I job. did it the year before, I think, right? I'm happy to volunteer if somebody else new wants to join me. Bob, we did it one year and we were pilloried for only giving $10,000 to the chamber. And then we gave them another 50 down the road, but we suffered through that. So we'll have to give them a lot of money this time if they want it.
I just took another committee position on my vector controls.
You're on the facility.
So along with all of my other ad hoc committees here at the city, I'm
What's
really
what's your
limited on
role? What's your committee role?
facilities.
Building a new headquarters.
Yeah, we are.
So awesome.
We're acquiring new property and building a whole new headquarters. It's a lot of work.
Well, you got to be
It's a
smart
big
when you get on
commitment.
those committees. That's why I chose personnel, because there's no personnel problems there. Okay, so who's going to do it?
Well, George volunteered. I'll do it with George.
Okay. All right.
I'll move that we appoint council members Whalen and Weiss to the ad hoc committee for community assistance grants applications.
Oh, dude.
I did most of the work last year, so it's your turn this time.
already
I was
opened the
hoping
public
to do it
hearing.
again.
I already did.
Yeah, he did.
Sorry. Okay,
Okay, do we have a motion?
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item number 12, which is the budget.
Thanks, Alexis and Michael. Appreciate you both.
Thank you for hanging in so long.
Thank you.
I like your time, Michael.
We'll give you the rest of the evening off.
That's nice.
Julie? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Julie Bemis, Director of Finance and Technology Services. And today I'm presenting the fiscal year 23-24 mid-year financial update and recommended budget modifications. So as part of the mid-year financial update, we returned to City Council with the updated beginning fund balance figures for fiscal year 23-24. In this chart, you'll see on the left are the major operating funds for the city. And then to the right of that are the original estimated beginning fund balances for the when we adopted the budget for fiscal year 23-24. To the right of that are the actual beginning fund balance figures. And then all the way to the right is the change, or what we refer to as the savings. Overall, the city ended fiscal year 22-23 in a healthy financial position. The 5 main operating funds all finished the year with fund balances greater than the original estimates. For the general fund, the city's main operating fund, we ended the year 2.7 above the original estimates and above the 20% reserve requirement. Measure LL finished about 285,000 above the original estimates. The capital improvement fund ended about 358,000. The parking fund was about 300,000 and the South Laguna Fund about 80,000 above estimates. Additional details on these changes and a comparison of actual balances versus the estimated balances for each fund is included in attachment 1 of your agenda report. So what were the primary contributing factors to these increases in the fund balances for fiscal year ending June 30, 2023? The general fund, there were 3 primary contributing factors. The first one was property taxes, which were up $1.2 million due to higher than expected supplemental property taxes during last year. The second was transit occupancy tax, TOT. The budget estimate was about 12% greater than the original budget estimate, which resulted in about $1 million being returned to fund balance. And the third related to expenditure savings. City departments had about $500,000 in expenditure savings. For Measure LL and the capital improvement funds, the increase was primarily due to additional TOT. For the parking fund, we had a lower than expected operating transfer to the transit fund. And for the South Laguna Fund, it was primarily due to operational savings between March and June of 2023. So in addition to recognizing new fund balance figures, staff brings to the City Council recommended budget modifications for fiscal year 23-24 budget. In this chart, we are looking at additional recommended appropriation requests. They're all related to one-time costs. However, we are making recommendations for ongoing modifications to estimated revenues. So you'll notice in this chart, at the top is that $2.7 million general fund mid-year savings number I mentioned earlier in the presentation. Additional details on all of these recommended modifications are included in your agenda report and in attachment 2. So I'm just going to highlight the more significant items, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions you might have on the other items. So the first 2 items are those recommended adjustments to the ongoing estimated revenues. The first one being property tax revenue. We're recommending an increase of $960,000 for property taxes. That is because the actual increase in assessed value was 8%. In our original budget estimate, it was 6%. We're also recommending a decrease in sales tax of $750,000. The reason for that is we're seeing sales tax softening a little in the current fiscal year. The next 2 items are related to community development. Due to increased activity in the planning and development divisions, we are recommending an increase in community development fee revenue of $1 million. We're also recommending an increase in appropriations for estimated contractual services of $512,000. Item number 5 relates to the city attorney. We're recommending $1 million increase in contractual services for the city attorney, which is partially offset by that increase in community development fee revenue in item number 3 that I just previously mentioned. The increase in city attorney is largely linked to their involvement in planning commission and design review, as well as streamlining processes in the departments. Item number 6 is a recommended increase in appropriations just over $1 million in funding for the IT master plan. This is for technological improvements, including updating the computer-aided dispatch system and continued cybersecurity improvements, such as firewall upgrades and backup replacements. Item number 8 is a recommendation for increased appropriations of $520,000 for improvements to the Laguna Beach Community and Recreation Center. This is for I almost said St. Catharines, but I didn't. This is for items such as furniture, equipment, wireless and Wi-Fi enhancements, and other technology upgrades. So if council does decide to approve all of these recommendations, it leaves about 538,000 in remaining general fund appropriations, general fund savings, excuse me. I did want to point out one thing at the bottom of the chart on the bottom left hand, per council's resolution that passed in July of 2023, if city council chooses to not appropriate all of those remaining available savings of 538,000, or they don't want to reserve them for the fiscal year 25 budget, by default, per that resolution, 300,000 would transfer to the open space fund. Staff is recommending one additional budget modification other than out of the general fund, and that is for the vehicle replacement fund. This is a correction to the list of carryovers that staff brings to council. This is for a police department truck that was previously approved by council, and it was inadvertently excluded from the carryover list. So staff is recommending that council appropriate 36,000 out of the fund's mid-year savings to correct this oversight for this hybrid vehicle. So other than the recommended budget modifications, staff does bring other mid-year modifications in the mid-year report. The first is a recommendation to adjust the police chief classification from the management range 2050 to 2060. The cost for this is approximately $25,000. There is sufficient funding in the current year, and the annual increases will be programmed in future budgets. The second recommendation is to reclass the assistant to the city manager to an assistant city manager. The cost is approximately $19,000 in the current fiscal year. There is sufficient funding in the current fiscal year, and annual increases will be programmed in future budgets. The third recommendation is a classification of a purchasing officer as a new position in the Finance and Technology Services Department. There are several benefits of this new position: oversight and compliance of purchasing requirements, cost savings through negotiation, and efficiency through streamlined processes. I do want to point out that there is no increase in full-time positions or appropriations for this new positions, as we're recommending the removal of a vacant deputy building official in the Community Development Department, which has been vacant since 2017. There are also some administrative changes to the salary tables, and due to classification updates and format changes that we've included in the agenda report and in attachment number 4, but there are no funding changes resulting from these updates. This brings me to my last slide, and this is the recommendations that are included in the staff agenda report. The first one being that we recommend that you update the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget by accepting the June 30, 2023 ending fund balances. The second is to modify the fiscal year 23-24 adopted budget and approve the recommended appropriation and adjustments as recommended with any adjustments that council approves. And the third is adopt the salary schedule for fiscal year 23-24 by adopting the resolution included in the agenda report, which ratifies the changes to the classification titles, range assignments, and salary table format. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Julie. It was a good report. Questions for Julie? Anybody?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Kind of why do we call it a purchasing officer instead of a procurement officer? Because I look at the definition of both of those words, and I feel like what we're looking for is a chief procurement officer who can kind of be more strategic and long-term, as opposed to a purchasing officer I see as sort of looking as like, oh, are we checking all the boxes? Can you kind of talk about that? And sorry, I didn't give you that question in advance.
So they do fulfill basically the same role,
Okay.
but it is going to be doing procurement duties.
So can we make it the procurement officer instead of purchasing officer?
Yeah, I can work with the HR director, and we have not.
We're not going to die on that hill.
Yeah.
I just feel like it's like the wrong, even though it sounds like the words are the same, they're really not. And I feel like what we're aiming for here is really a better procurement strategy overall, as opposed to just sort of the basic checking the boxes. So that would be my one. It's a small thing, and I almost feel like I shouldn't have brought it up, but
We're all in, and this is what you discussed and agreed to as a group, conceptually at the January meeting.
yeah.
We're all in. Yeah. I agree with that. I think it should be a procurement officer.
So, Julie, a question, going back to your presentation, sort of the first chart, you had the
middle column, the actual beginning fund balance adopted budget 23-24. So when are those numbers known?
Once we are pretty much done with the audit is when we have those numbers. So we are very close to completing the annual audit
For,
for 22-23.
I thought the audit was already done for 22-23.
No, we are just at the tail end of finishing last year's audit.
Okay. It just seems awfully late in the year. Is that longer than we've usually taken in the past to get the audit done? I mean, I think I'm usually familiar with them happening in like the December timeframe. I don't know if we've.
So historically, the audits are done by December 31st, sometimes January 31st. So we are slightly, last year, the prior year, we finished the audit in June. So we are working to get back on the regular timeframe of finishing in the December to January timeframe.
It just seems, and I guess my point is and that's helpful. Thank you. It just seems we're 9 months through the fiscal year and we're now getting updates to the actual beginning fund balance for 23-24. So I think we need to strive to get back to learning that information sooner. So that we can, be more real time with what our actual, we're not talking about current year revenues. We're talking about last year fund balances. So I'd like to see us tighten that up a little bit if we can. And then I guess the other question that I have, and I'm just wanting to make sure I understand it, is so on the recommended general fund budget modifications table, we've got the 2,703,000, which is clear from your prior chart. That's really just a question of the change in the beginning fund balance, right? Got it. But don't we have a little bit of apples and oranges going here, because the decrease in sales tax, isn't that a current year 23-24 adjustment, not a beginning fund balance?
Thank you for the
Impact.
question, council member. So we have, the change is also in the current year. So we use savings from last year that we can spend in the current year. And then we also have available additional revenues in the current year that we can spend.
I'm not sure I understand that. I understand the adjustment to the beginning fund balances, those make perfect sense to me. But I don't understand why. Can you explain again, why are we decreasing sales tax 750,000?
So the change in the beginning fund balance is related to savings from last year that we can now spend in the current year.
Got it. I'm
And then,
with you.
okay.
Yeah.
And then the change in the property tax revenue and sales tax revenues are also in the current year. And so their revenues, we have an increase in property tax revenue, a decrease in sales tax revenue in the current year that we will be able to also spend that difference in the current year. And then they will also be ongoing. We are projecting that those will be a change that will be ongoing into fiscal year 25 as well.
So the property tax we know is a given, and we knew that sometime back, I don't know, in the summer, I imagine, right? We knew that there was, the county gave us the final numbers. That's just their timing. That's on kind of just the way what we have to live with. And is the sales tax, is that based on a year to date?
Correct. So based on year to date and projections out through the end of the year, we're seeing that sales tax is coming in below original estimates. So we do not project that we're going to hit our sales tax number by the end of the year.
So it's a combination of actual year to date plus
projecting out to the end of the
projecting out to
year.
the-
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I think I understand it.
But the sales tax data, we have a lag in the sales tax data, right? So
Correct.
Is that kind of baked in here somehow?
Correct. And we also have consultants that assist us with our sales tax data, and they have let us know that our sales tax is not performing as we originally estimated.
Okay.
So I can provide a little more context to this. So what happened when we put the budget together for 23-24 is we projected, with the help of our consultants, kind of our more robust growth in our sales tax figures. And as the year has progressed, as many of you have seen, we're coming back from that, post-pandemic high of spending a lot to a more kind of more traditional sales tax growth for the city, which is about 2% to 3% in a given year. And so what this is doing is this is kind of correcting that on a go-forward basis. So we need to correct it for this fiscal year. And as Councilman Whalen pointed out, when you're looking forward, we also need to lower that ongoing revenue source. So it is a little bit where you have one time because they have the savings from fiscal year last year. But there are some ongoing corrections we need to make both this current fiscal year and it will lead to the next fiscal year. But it really is, this correction is to a correction to what we budgeted, we're actually starting to see. So.
Okay, got it. Any other questions for Julie?
Julie, you mentioned $538,000, and then the ongoing 210. You mentioned this, if we allocated nothing additional than is here, that goes into the open space fund, all of it, or what percentage of it?
Thank you,
Remind me.
Councilmember Weiss. It would be 300,000 per the resolution that would go to the open space fund.
Okay, but there's 538, so there could be other allocations we could make tonight.
Correct.
If we wanted to. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody want to comment on this budget?
Hi, pardon me, Penelope Milne, president of Can Do. One, 300,000 for the open space fund would be fabulous. Two, a much, much smaller ask. You will remember that when we negotiated about the student center at LCAD, and LCAD and LCF worked together to come to a letter of intent in which they agreed to fund wildlife studies. So we would know what was happening before, during, and after construction of the student center / event center. And then be able to do appropriate, mutually agreed upon mitigation. The challenge, as always, is cash. Laguna Canyon Foundation does not have the money to fund the wildlife studies. So the ask would be a small amount for wildlife studies on the city-owned property at Big Bend. So it certainly is a city benefit and it is a city property. So a city contribution towards that would be great. I will say nobody is here from LCF tonight, I don't think, because very unfortunately their new Executive Director Karen Vardaman fractured her spine, as you guys may know. So unfortunately, they're not available to speak. So I am certainly not like speaking officially for them, but I am speaking on behalf of, of advocates. And I was sort of a part of that total process. So anyway, Karen, as you may know, has a huge amount of expertise in wildlife specifically. And when she came on board, their estimates for how much they could do in-house for the wildlife studies changed. So they had initially been thinking that these studies might be in the hundreds of thousands, like 200,000. They're now thinking that they could do it at about $20,000, but they don't have $20,000. So I think that would be a good, smart use that would support both LCAD and LCF. For a study that will be occurring on city property. Thanks.
So Penny, just to be clear, the agreement didn't include any talks about who would fund it, right? It was just the concept of the study and the working together.
My understanding, and the letter of intent was generated by LCAD and shared with and edited with LCF. So, and I'm not, I'm not a party to that, right? I sort of put the pieces of string together a little bit with your help, but my understanding from the discussions and what was reflected in the bullet points are that both groups would work to seek funding and might write grants together. And I think that is still their intent, might seek grants together. I think that is still their intent. The challenge with that too is that Laguna Canyon Foundation, pardon me, especially since they've lost a longtime director, had an interim director, have a new director who's trying to come up to speed and is now injured. They don't have in-house, pardon me, so sorry, in-house expertise, nor do they have anybody who isn't basically like, boots in the field, right? So they're not really capable of addressing the grant writing. The hope was that LCAD, with larger staff, et cetera, would feel that they could do that. So the agreement was to seek grants together. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on the budget? Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
What question for staff?
Yep, go ahead.
Is the community assistance grants process still open for applications? Does anyone know?
March 23rd. or
Okay.
something.
Oh, so it's still open?
Yeah.
Okay, so on the, so I think Penny raises a good point that I think that's the avenue, in my view, that's the avenue for that is to apply for a community assistance grant. Cause I think just from a process perspective, we would have everyone lined up here if we started doling out money during the meetings. But I think that's the right avenue is a community so I don't know if my colleagues agree, but that's where I would land on that issue. And then on the other things in the budget. So I'm very excited about the procurement officer for the city. So I appreciate staff's work to include that. I'm also very excited for our new assistant city manager, Jeremy Fremond. I'm very proud of Jeremy, and it's great to we want to have an organization where people can, start from the bottom and rise all the way to the top. And so that's the sign of a healthy organization. And we're very lucky, Jeremy, for all your years of service and well-deserved promotion. So thank you.
And we'll expect even more out of you now.
Yeah.
You go.
And the final, and then so yeah, those are my comments on the budget.
I think on this 20,000, I think we should just do a carve out here because, the LCF, I don't know how long she's out, but it's a quick turnaround to get it in under the deadline. I think it's okay to do a carve out of our budget and give them 20,000. What do you think about that?
I
Mark?
agree.
Yeah.
I disagree on fundamental process perspective, but I respect my colleagues' differences there. We have community assistance grants for these types of reasons specifically. So I don't think we should be in the habit of giving out money like this.
It's unusual.
Well,
though.
I think we have to be frugal about it. I would like to see, before I approve the chief's increase, if a significant increase of $24,000, I'd love to see the presentation on the stats and what's been done in the police department the last year. We just can't, and we had it last year in about March. I think we deserve that. So that's my comment there. And I also have a pet project that I'm working on with the fire department. You pass that down, Mark. And this way, that I'd ask for a discretionary sort of funding of $125,000 temporarily putting aside from our surplus here to help fund the restoration of the Seagrave fire truck that we bought in 1931 that we still own. First fire truck we bought in Laguna for $7,500. Does anybody tell me how much that's worth in today's dollars? I don't know, but this is going to cost us somewhere upwards of $200,000 to rebuild. And I know that Santa Claus is really waiting for this to be done. And it'll be used by the fire department for education, for some of the hospitality events. And I think it's been sitting there for 12 years. We're in the process. I'm helping Chief Andrew Hill get this project going. So the idea would be getting half the money from the city and half from the community and donations for it. And so the city wouldn't be on the hook for the full amount. And we hope to come back in 2 or months or so with 3 proposals for restoration companies that can do this. So I appreciate your consideration for that. Just setting it aside, not necessarily allocating it immediately, just in case.
Well, while we're asking, housing was brought up several times this evening, and as we all know, the Housing Trust is coming back to us, and the artist Work Live is coming back to us as well. And we do have a commitment, a $200,000 commitment that we've graciously been alluded to that we're going to get. We're going to get it. I know we're going to get it, and we'll talk about where it's coming from at a later date. But I was hoping that the city might match that $200,000. That would give us a total of $400,000 to really hit the ground running and really make some progress on making some of these housing ideas come to fruition.
George, I have a question for you. What question? What's the timeline of this this is kind of a cool opportunity. What's
Well,
the timeline of when
like-
you would need the money allocated?
Well, we'd like to get an agenda bill written in the next couple of months that provides the council with 3 bids. And the council would choose among those 3 bids for the restoration of the fire truck, both for a drivetrain, engine, transmission, probably hydraulic brakes, and a complete overhaul of the body itself so that it would be museum quality restoration, but still knowing that we're going to drive it around. And it wouldn't be the original engine. It would be a new engine that would be more modern, because this is a 1931 Seagrave Flathead 6 with a 6-volt system and a magneto and generator, two spark plugs, and very low horsepower. So we need something. That engine will be kept, probably shown separately, but we need something reliable to make sure Santa's not stranded.
But George, it's not electric.
What's that?
It's not electric.
Well, I was going to say, Jeremy is looking into that for us to get a bid if we can. And Rivian will have a little plaque there. It says Rivian powered if
Oh.
they do it.
So George,
The fire people like engines though.
is the May budget workshop, is that too late for this to be considered? Like,
No,
do you need
no,
the money
It's
now?
going to take 2 years to
To
fill
do
it.
it.
If the city can allocate the 125 or 100, then we could start the process
Beginning of
once
May.
we chose the vendor. And we would vet the vendors with the council. They might even be here.
Yeah, my thoughts, George, I know has done a lot of work on this, and, you know, it is something unique and something we should participate in. My take would be that we wait for some bids to come together and maybe look at it at the May budget workshop. I think for my take tonight, I mean, I'd be, okay with the, with the request for the Laguna Canyon Foundation, 20,000, then I would say, let's take the 300,000 to the open space fund, which I think we've done now since 2017 or something. And then put the balance to the housing, 200,000 to the housing. That's what I'd do.
I'm good with that.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that'd be my motion.
I'll
Okay.
second, and I'll sacrifice the integrity of I'm just kidding.
Thank
The
you.
the budget process.
Okay, so we actually have 3 so we have 3 recommendations here, you guys. Should we take these one at a time?
Unless if council is comfortable, we can do it as a single motion unless somebody
Okay.
wants a separate
Okay, you want to just,
vote.
well, you want to just move, is someone moving the recommendation with the,
300,000 for the open space
With-
fund, 200,000 for the housing fund,
mhm.
and 20,000 for Laguna Canyon Foundation for the wildlife studies on the city property on Laguna Canyon Road.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Good
good.
faith expression, expression of good faith
Yeah,
to take a
that's
look
great.
at the secret
Yeah,
down the
yeah,
road.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
There you
at the May budget workshop.
I might fill up some money. Gotta come up with-
All right.
Congratulations, Jeremy.
Jeremy, congratulations.
Congratulations, Jeremy. That's great. Really good.
We're gonna make
I'm going to go to the 30 bird after this.
The entire amount. And then if we raise money, we offset it, right?
Go into the community.
Keep it local. Good for you.
Yeah, I mean, in May, though, we're going to approve the whole cost, just in case we need it.
Well, we don't want to improve the whole cost. We want to improve, we want to do half of it, 125.
Okay.
Depending on the big demand.
Well, it's up to
The
you.
community has to be involved.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah.
want to do it all.
Yeah, okay.
It'll bring the community together.
How long will it take?
2 years.
Okay. All right, this is Appeal A. Appeal of approval of design review 23-1070 coastal development permit 23-1069 and mitigated negative declaration pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act and associated mitigation monitoring program of a 7,584 square foot, 3-story, single-family dwelling with an attached 3-car garage at 31-451 Coast Highway in the R1 zone. Okay, good evening. You gonna give us the story here?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Amber Dobson, Planning Manager with the Community Development Department. This is an appeal of a design review board approval for a design review entitlement and a coastal development permit and a mitigated negative declaration for a project located at 31451 Coast Highway. The project site is outlined here in yellow. It is a vacant oceanfront blufftop lot over 1/2 acre in size in the R1 zone. Coast Highway is shown here on the right and the shoreline is on the left. In July of 2023, the Design Review Board approved a new approximately 7,500 square foot single-family home with a 3-car garage. In August of 2023, an appeal was filed. And in December of 2023, the City Council heard the appeal and requested additional staff analysis. That meeting was rescheduled for today. The appeal raised several contentions, some of which were addressed at the last City Council meeting. In summary, the applicant's geologist provided supplemental information and continues to confirm the location of the bluff edge, which is provided in the response to public comments attached to our last agenda report. Regarding the visibility of the staking, the temporary construction fence has been removed. The staking has been maintained and is currently visible from Coast Highway as seen in this recent photo. And regarding the environmental analysis, the CEQA consultant has provided a supplemental memo attached to the last agenda report. And as outlined on page 2 of the memo, because the fence had been in place for several years and was still in place at the time the environmental analysis started, it was considered as part of the baseline conditions. The mitigation and monitoring program and the final adoption of the mitigated negative declaration is before council today. To address the remaining appeal contentions, City Council requested additional staff analysis on 3 topics as it relates to design review criteria, consistency with the local coastal plan, and the Coastal Act regarding public views, private views, and neighborhood compatibility. As a result of some of the questions from City Council at the last meeting, the applicant has reduced the scope of the project. The height of the structure has been reduced from 10 feet above curb to 7 feet above curb from Coast Highway. The habitable square footage of the structure has been reduced by approximately 350 square feet. And the width of the side yard setback on the right side when facing the site from Coast Highway has been increased from 12 feet to 16 feet to expand the view corridor along the side of the property. The applicant proposes low-growing landscaping and visually permeable fencing in this area. In this elevation, the prior proposal is outlined in red, and the revised project is 3 feet lower and is pulled 3 feet closer to Coast Highway. Here's a rendering of the front elevation. The revised project description is a new 7,231 square foot single-family home with a 3-car garage. The project includes grading, retaining walls, pool, spa, water feature, elevated decks, and landscaping. Here's an elevation of the rear. Regarding the additional analysis requested by City Council, public coastal views are generally considered views to and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas from public parks, trails, roads, vista points, and view corridors. Section 30251 of the Coastal Act requires development to be sited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas and to be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding area. The local coastal plan policies that pertain to the protection of public views are based on this section and have been determined by the Coastal Commission through certification of the city's LCP to be adequate to carry out the intent of the Coastal Act. The LCP policies and design guidelines outline strategies for minimizing the visual impact of new development on coastal scenic resources. The proposed project employs the strategies listed here. The project has been sited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean by providing a wide side yard setback that serves as a public view corridor consistent with Land Use Element Policy 7.3, 10.2, 2.10, and Section 30251. The project includes a public view corridor, which represents 20% of the width of the lot, consistent with the design guidelines in the Land Use Plan Technical Appendix. The project's landscaping has been revised to provide low-growing vegetation in the view corridor, consistent with the design guidelines and the Land Use Element Policies 2.9 and 3.10. The project achieves a low profile from Coast Highway by proposing a height of 7 feet above the curb, consistent with the Land Use Elements 3.10 and the design guidelines. The majority of the project is terraced below the grade of Coast Highway and has been designed to follow the natural topography of the site, consistent with the Open Space Conservation Element Policy 7.m and the Land Use Element Policies 2.8, 3.10, and the design guidelines. Shown here is a rendering of the proposed view corridor. The project has been designed to protect public coastal views and views to and along the ocean of coastal scenic resource areas. In this slide, the staking is visible above the bluff. As you can see, while the structure will be visible from the beach below, it will not encroach onto the bluff face or create any visual resource impacts. The visibility of the structure from the beach is consistent with the pattern of development and visually compatible with the character of their surrounding area, consistent with the design guidelines in Section 30251. The applicant has revised the project in order to further address private views. The structure has been reduced 3 feet and pulled 3 feet closer to Coast Highway in order to preserve views for neighbors that are located above the site that will look over the roofline. View equity is balancing the preservation of views with the right to develop a property. As you can see from these photos, the revised roofline is outlined in red and the impact to the whitewater views has been reduced, and a substantial portion of the existing blue water views are preserved for neighboring homes. Neighborhood compatibility includes consideration of square footage, as well as the pattern of development, height, mass, scale, lot coverage, landscaping, and architectural styles. As seen from Coast Highway, the low-profile structure and the view corridor in the side yard setback is consistent with the development pattern. Because the proposed project will be 7 feet high, as seen from Coast Highway, it represents a similar massing and height when compared to nearby single-family homes as seen from the street. The majority of the structure is not visible from Coast Highway. The architectural style and proposed landscaping blend with the character of the area. The proposed lot coverage is 17.45%. There are 2 lots in the vicinity that are comparable in size to the project site as shown here. 31351 Coast Highway has a lot coverage of approximately 9%, and 31497 Bluff Drive has a lot coverage of approximately 25%. While the proposed square footage of the home is larger than the adjacent home will be at 31497 Bluff Drive, the lot coverage is less. The project has been designed to be neighborhood compatible with regard to mass, height, pattern of development, lot coverage, landscaping, and architectural style. Overall, the project is consistent with the design guidelines, the general plan, and the LCP. Regarding the appeal, City Council has 3 options: sustain the design review board's decision and deny the appeal, overturn the decision of the design review board and deny the project, or overturn the decision of the design review board and remand the project back to the board with direction. Staff recommends option 1 to adopt the resolution to deny the appeal, sustain the design review board's decision to approve the project, modifying the project, and adopt the mitigated negative declaration and associated mitigation and monitoring program as modified. This concludes the staff presentation. We are available for questions, and we also have our CEQA consultant available for questions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Questions?
I do have
Go
a
ahead,
couple
Bob.
questions for staff before we go to the public hearing. So on page 12 of the staff report, which is the resolution that was provided to us, at the very end of paragraph 5 on that page, just above paragraph 6, which references the staff report, There's a sentence that says the city specifically follows the most recently provided guidance from the Coastal Commission on the methodology for determining a bluff edge. But the sentence prior to that says the city has not received any specific Coastal Commission geologist recommendations for the bluff edge on this particular site. What does that last sentence mean?
So staff has not received any preliminary information back from the state's geologist, the Coastal Commission's geologist, but we have in general received guidance over the past few years as to which definition for a bluff edge we are to use when we have an applicant do a bluff edge determination.
And what is that?
That is the land use element definition. And it outlines, it's very different from the definition for oceanfront bluff. It specifically calls out how to identify the bluff edge. And that's what we've required the applicant to do in this case.
Based on the land use element?
That's correct.
definition. Okay. And then so this discussion, I guess it begins on page 9 of the staff report and carries on to page 10, talking about the baseline conditions that were the basis for the mitigated negative deck.
Mhm.
And that included, at the time, there was this construction fence there. So I guess question for the city attorney, can you describe the baseline condition? Obviously, the construction fence is not a naturally existing element. It's a physical structure that was placed there. So how does that all square with the CEQA analysis and whether we still have a good CEQA analysis here to rely on?
Thank you, Councilmember Whalen. So lead agencies must evaluate impacts against actual conditions existing at the time of CEQA review. And we're not required to turn back the clock and look at if things have changed. So the baseline condition is what is effectively on the ground at the time that the CEQA analysis commences.
I would ask the question, it was a temporary fence that shouldn't have been there for 4 years. So it's not really a condition of the landscape.
Councilmember Weiss, the requirement for baseline condition is not condition of the landscape, it's conditions on the ground, including structures.
Understood, but the condition itself was not proper because it shouldn't have been there in the first place.
I don't know that we know that to be true. I think staff has been looking into that question, but I will say that under CEQA, there's case law that actually very specifically says that even if the condition was illegal at the time, that the CEQA document is not the forum for evaluating illegal conditions and that the baseline condition remains.
I'd like to see that. Thank you.
I can help give you the site if you want. It's
Thank you.
FAT versus
Appreciate it.
County of Sacramento.
It just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I think there's a couple questions there, whether it makes sense or not, but I'm trying to get just purely to the legal analysis. So the city attorney, you were concluding that strictly from a legal perspective, we have a valid CEQA process and mitigated negative deck.
Correct.
And we don't need to revise it.
We do not need to revise the baseline condition. That is the CEQA guidelines provide that the baseline condition is when CEQA commences and that we're not obligated to return to to go back and turn back the clock if conditions change.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for city attorney or staff? Okay, no.
Sorry, I have one other question. So, because I don't see it referenced here, but could you just, for the record, just remind us the review standard we're looking at here tonight?
It is, yes, we're on a de novo review. I know that there was a little bit of confusion about that in a prior report, and I think we have actually in the staff report footnote 2 goes into detail on that, but it is de novo review because of the vote at the DRB, which was less than 4 affirmative votes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open the public hearing. So the appellant will have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. There's a PowerPoint labeled Fraser, and I'm hoping you can pull that up. Is there somebody that can pull up the PowerPoint? Thank you very much. Well, good evening, Mayor Kemp and council members. I'm Scott Fraser, one of the appellants. As you can see from this slide, appellants were not notified about the rescheduled hearing until we got this email. It arrived last Monday, and nowhere does it say the participation is now in person. And I think I'm alone tonight without my other appellant because that appellant is out of town. Next slide, please. So my main objection to the minimally revised project continues to be the loss of coastal scenic resources. First, I'd like to thank the city for taking down the fence that has obstructed the public view of the ocean for almost 4 years. And it's been there despite multiple complaints from the public about its presence. Never adequately responded to until now when that fence has been removed. So an examination of the online property file last December revealed no application or permit for a fence at the project site. In this slide, you can see the extent of the scenic vista that the public has missed out on for years. You can also see the modified project proposes to obliterate those. Sorry, there may be somebody with a microphone on. So the staking shows that somebody standing at the curb, as I am here and taking this picture, will have no view of the ocean for most of the sight line. It doesn't matter that the majority of the project is below the Coast Highway. What matters is the highest point, and the highest point is the thing, unless we have X-ray vision, we're not going to be able to see through. So next slide, please. So this is the part of the application for the permitted fence next door at 31461 Coast Highway. The outline of the fence is the dotted red line. You can see where that dotted red line lies. It's far from where that black fence was. Note that it excludes the subject property and that no covering or material panels were to be attached to the chain link. The slide, if I could have the next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows what the fence at the neighboring property was supposed to look like. The fence is basically not visible and the vista is still there. The fence permit shows that there were supposed to be no obstructive materials. Next slide, please. While the lead agency does have significant discretion to determine the baseline environmental conditions under CEQA, it would be unreasonable to adopt an MMD that treats an unpermitted temporary fence covered in prohibitive obstructive materials as the baseline condition at this site, as though the public vistas were already permanently lost. The photo in this slide demonstrates that this is hardly the case. By the way, you can just barely see the topping beam of the neighboring project, 31461, and you can see that its height is much, much below the sidewalk and Coast Highway. And you can see that it will not obliterate the view. Okay, so basically, it doesn't matter that what code compliance was. It matters that views are lost and not being protected. Next slide, please. Okay, there's 2 quotes here. The top one is from the Coastal Act, and it establishes a duty to protect visual and scenic qualities of coastal areas as resources of public importance. This obligation is recognized in numerous city planning documents and policies. The language at the bottom is actually from the city. And that is from a recent Planning Commission staff report on the proposed ADU ordinance. This draft resolution documents the LCP policy related to view preservation. And in demonstrating the importance of coastal scenic resources under the Coastal Act, The draft argues that the city does not have to comply with state mandated height requirements for ADUs in order to preserve views. Now, I don't raise this to get you to change course on ADUs, but instead to compel consistencies and point out that your own staff is arguing for view preservation. This vista is of documented significance. It's a documented significant public importance along an eligible state scenic highway, and it's called out specifically in Laguna's LCP. The staff report does not say why it is not feasible or possible for the applicant in this case to comply to the maximum extent with our local coastal program simply by building a smaller house. The project needs to be redesigned to reflect both the rules and the importance of the existing coastal scenic resources.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask you a question? So I understand your point, I think, but the open space conservation element says preserve to the maximum extent feasible the quality of public views. New development along coastal highway shall preserve existing views where feasible and shall be terraced below.
Right.
But it says where feasible and where topography allows, new development shall be terraced below the grade at Pacific Coast Highway. So is it your view that the only way a project could be approved on this lot is the entire structure must be below the grade of Pacific Coast Highway? There can be no.
That was the
There could be
city's point of
nothing.
view for the project next to it. So the city itself decided that for the project next to it. So
For reasons
I would
explained-
agree with that.
For reasons explained in the staff report, different site, different access. But I'm just trying to confirm. So your position is that the only way to approve a project at this site is to require the entire structure to be below the grade of Pacific Coast Highway.
Or at least to maintain the relevant scenic view. And right now, that view is obscured. Anybody driving or walking, unless they're more than 7 feet tall, will not be able to see the coast. Right, so I showed you where the staking was. I'm 6 something tall, and I couldn't see the water through the building. So it's clear that it's larger than what would allow us to maintain the view.
So something below eye level is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody in support of the appellant?
I have a PowerPoint too. Good evening. My name is Kathy Yerka. I agree that the project revisions do not reduce impacts on coastal scenic resources. And I really think it would be scandalous if council decided that an unpermitted temporary construction fence made everything okay. I want to address a couple of extra issues though. And I thank Bob for asking the consultant about these topics at the previous hearing. But the consultant did what consultants invariably do, which is to say everything is fine. And I don't think that's quite true. This is an excerpt from a letter from archaeologist Patricia Martz. She requested 2 additional mitigation measures to protect the prehistoric shell midden. The first is a map. It's common sense to prepare a map that shows where construction and construction activities, including staging, will take place in relation to the shell midden. Also, Professor Martz urged council to add a mitigation measure to nominate that portion of the site to the California Register. The consultant stated that requiring nomination of a property is not allowed, but I'm not familiar with any case or law that supports that statement, but perhaps the city attorney is. Next slide, please. When asked about paleontology impacts, the consultant just said that the LA County Natural History Museum did a records check and no paleontological records were found. However, she ignored that Dr. Alyssa Bell, the paleontologist who did the records check and who wrote to her, said that, quote, potentially fossil-bearing units are present in the project site and recommended a full paleontological assessment of the project area by a professional meeting certain professional standards. The consultant did not say why this recommendation was not followed and why a full assessment was not necessary. and the DRB never considered it. And I think council should request it. I do want to say that there is really an imbalance between the project at this site and the one next door. And when staff present all the other properties to show compatibility, they are really ignoring the one that had the same baseline condition. I mean, everyone assumed they were the same lot. In fact, I think they were, and then they were split. And I just think it is really unreasonable to treat that view as though it had already been lost because of the fence. And I do think, given that this is an eligible state scenic highway, given that Coast Highway is named in multiple planning documents as central to the views that we get of the coast, I really think that this needs reconsideration and a smaller project approved. Thank you very much for your time.
And Christoph, and also speaking for the South Laguna Civic Association, with similar concerns regarding the view impact of this project. The community was heavily involved in the approval and review of the project next door that's under construction right now, and went through multiple iterations of that project before it was approved. And it was determined that it should be below the level of Coast Highway. I don't think this piece is any different than that. Yes, it's further north. Yes, it has maybe a different kind of driveway needed, but it is the same situation. It's the same view that we're trying to protect. It's the view over that entire section of undeveloped coast. And the house next door is required to be that low, and it's not equitable to now treat this case differently. There's no reason to give a benefit to this property owner that the other property owner did not get. It is possible to preserve a public view and still allow reasonable development. That lot is plenty large to have a very large house on it at the lower level. And the council should do that, should preserve that view. To say that this house blends with the character of the area, I think is also false. It may blend with the house next door, except be higher. But when you look at the character of the other buildings in the neighborhood on Bluff Drive, these are all houses in the 2,000, 2,500 square foot range that have kind of historical character to them. They are not this kind of a very large, very modern. I mean, I don't care that it's modern, but it is not the character of the area. But the biggest thing is the impact on the coastal views. I think we need to be consistent. I think staff has changed since the other project was approved. The Design Review Board has changed. We've had, the Peter Blake Design Review Board, and suddenly it's all okay to block those views. And I think the council needs to take a position and say, no, we are abiding by our policies and we're preserving the views that we're supposed to preserve, especially because this is ultimately feasible to do so and desirable. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak in support of the appeal, the appellant? Okay. We'll go to the applicant. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Kempf and city council members, city staff, and members of the public. I'm Horst Knoppenberger. I'm the project architect. Been involved with the owner, Tony Reyna, on this property for over 4 years. I had a slide presentation ready. Amber did show most of those images, but given some of the statements that were made this evening, I think I'd like to spend the majority of my time just addressing some of what I believe to be misstatements. I want to frame this conversation by saying that we hosted, prior to design review, we hosted 4 site meetings We were very proactive with communicating with the neighbors. None of the people who spoke this evening against the project attended any of those site meetings. Had they been there to attend those site meetings, I think the flow of communication, the information would have been much better. This property, as Ms. Dobson alluded to, it's clearly infeasible. And that is the operative word. It's infeasible to put a roof on this property at street level for two very clear reasons. One is that the northern section of the property is the shell midden that's been alluded to. We cannot grade in the shell midden. Ms. Jerka, who spoke just a second ago, said that there was insufficient investigation of the shell midden. That is not the case. We had two during the course of going through zoning and working with the environmental consultants, we had two different groups of archaeologists, working on the property. We had subsurface investigation of the shell midden down to at least 10 feet. We had members of the Native American Indian tribe there to, monitor the excavation, and nothing of any significance was found. In fact, it came to be our understanding that shell midden was probably dragged onto the site because there's a shell midden across the street when Coast Highway was constructed, and because most of that area is not native soil. Had the people who spoke this evening been at any of our neighborhood meetings, they would have known that what they represented this evening is it's not accurate. It's a falsehood. The other reason why this site, it would be infeasible to put a roof at street level is because this particular property is very different than the property to the south that Tony Reyna used to own, because they have the option of taking access from Bluff Drive. We don't have that option. We clearly have to take access from Coast Highway. And in addition to that, the string line for Bluff-top Properties is the furthest most oceanward corner of the adjacent house to the north, which was built over 50 or 60 years ago and is pretty close to Coast Highway, to the corner of the house under construction to the south. So the string line for us forces us to build at those higher topographic heights. Having said that, the site has, as Amber alluded to, the site has a 15-foot height limit above top of curb. We're at 7 feet currently. We're 8 feet below the height limit. We lowered the structure 3 feet. The two most recently constructed residences to the north of Laguna Real, one of it is 6.5 feet above top of curb. The other one, I believe, is 9 feet. I'll have to check my facts on that. So we're very consistent. We have we're proposing a public view corridor. We have a 16-foot side yard setback in the north. It includes the archaeological site. We are creating a dedicated landscape using crushed shell and vegetation that is characteristic of what the Native Americans may have experienced. So it is it's something that we're contributing to the public experience. Councilmember Weiss, I take exception to your characterization of the fence. That fence was not constructed illegally. In fact, during the course of our design review hearings, as well as the city council hearings, we went to the city several times to request the fence come down. I met with Dennis Bogle myself. Dennis would not let us take the fence down. We didn't construct that fence. That was constructed by the neighbors who were under construction. Rather than constructing a fence all the way down the property to the ocean, they thought it would be better and perhaps more practical. It had nothing to do with us. I don't know where you got your information, but you've been misled in your
Let me clarify.
your characterization. Let me finish, please.
Sure.
Once again, I made several attempts to get the fence removed. Finally, a letter came from Mark Weiner to Dennis, and he let us remove the fence. It's a ruse. The fence was never there to make it difficult for people to gauge the stakes. The stakes speak for themselves. You can barely see the stakes from Coast Highway.
All I can say is, let me respond to what you said. Illegal or not, it was a fence that was put up for for safety reasons and then never taken down, even though those safety reasons had gone away perhaps. Let me finish this
Sure.
time.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
first, thank you. And to use that as a demarcation point for what the CEQA says about the viewscapes, that there is no longer a viewscape, so you don't have to do anything. It just doesn't make sense to me. That's all I have to say. And I don't need you to respond.
No, he can respond. Go ahead. Horst.
Okay.
Well, I would like to respond because, there's this, this sort of accusation, I guess, that we left the fence in place so, people wouldn't see the stakes. I mean, the fact is the site has a 15-foot height limit, even with the fence there. If we were up at 15 feet like we could be by the code, you would definitely see the stakes. I mean, that there was a 6-foot fence in place and our stakes are only coming up above the curb 7 feet. I mean, to sort of intimate that we were trying to hide something is just unreasonable. It's insulting.
It wasn't a construction site at the time. I'm just saying that the fence there was there for other reasons and never taken down. That's all.
Okay, anybody else here supporting the appellant?
Well, I've got actually a question for Horst.
I mean, the applicant, sorry.
I've got a question for Horst, if I
Yeah.
could. So, Horst, I'm not concerned about the presence of the fence or not. What I'm concerned about is sort of the language in our code, which, as you know, is challenging and confusing and contradictory sometimes. But, there is this emphasis on public views and where feasible, and then where the topography allows terracing below Pacific Coast Highway. That's what the open space element says. And, the staff report or the staff report and the resolution go on to say, placing the entirety of the residence and garage below the street level creates issues for vehicle driveway access. And that's sort of the explanation that's given. I mean, and then speaking with the appellant, you heard my question, which was, okay, what are we supposed to do? What does preserving public views where feasible mean in this context? And his position would be that it would be, you could see over the building.
Yeah,
right?
that was
a number of a 6-foot person or a 5'10" person could see over it. So talk to me a little bit about why this can't, in your view, be lowered down to that,
No,
maybe
thank you.
another 3
I think
feet.
that's a great question. I mean, what I would say is, it's up to each of us to interpret what is reasonable. And what I would suggest, Councilmember Whalen, is that the two most recently, completed houses, the two houses north of the Laguna Riviera, both of those projects, as they went through the public approval process, were referenced for the way in which they created public views. Their side yard setbacks, the largest side yard setback of those two houses is 8 feet. We're proposing 16 feet. We're proposing double. So those two houses were referenced. Those two houses, at least in my mind, create a paradigm, for us to use as a reasonable point of reference. Their roof heights, the house on the left is 6.5 feet above the curb. The house on the right is 9 feet. We're at 7 feet, so we're below the average of those two houses. So, once again, that is a reasonable point of reference. Both of those houses were referenced by the way in which they preserve both private views and public views, and we're doing a much better job in terms of both of those. And then we have constraints that they didn't have. Once again, we have a shell midden that takes up, the entire northern 16 feet of the property, all the way to where the property begins to fall off. We can't grade in that area. So if we put a roof, at street level, that house is going to be below. It's going to be underground. Basically, we cannot grade, and that's a very, serious, constraint that creates an infeasibility for us. And the other, constraint is the string line. We're 45 feet back from the 25-foot bluff top setback. We're not pushing up against the bluff top setback. We have to develop in that upper area of the site. We have, very unique site constraints.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
you.
anybody else in support of the applicant?
He's the applicant.
Yeah, yeah.
This is Pat Gallus again. Yeah, I walked by that site within the last few days. And the way I look at it is with 14 or 16 side yard setback, that's an amazing amount of space. And I think they're trying to do the best they can with the constraints they have on this site. And a 7 foot from the curb height wise, I'm 6'4", so that's about right here. And that to me is very feasible. And the view is, the word is feasible. And you got to build a building on this site, and it's feasible to have a 7 foot height. To me, that's very reasonable in my opinion. And as you go further down, as you go north, in a matter of 2 minutes driving, you get the beautiful view of the Montage and Aliso Beach and all that. So, you know, these people have a property rights. And in my personal opinion, they should be able to build this project the way it's designed as of now. They made enough compromises. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Okay, the appellant, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. The other appellant who's not here tonight, I'm sorry he's not, did attend the architects' meetings and was assured that his concerns would be answered and felt very unsatisfied with the responses. That appellant, the other appellant also is one of the many that complained about the fence that was there and turned in multiple complaints to the city. And that fence was not where it was permitted, not at the position, the obscuring material that was supposed to not be permitted. And if there is a permit, which staff keeps on sort of implying that there is, I wish they would produce it. I can't find it in the data, and I don't think they can. The topography is only an issue because of the size and massing of this house. It would be completely possible to do everything that we're talking about in a house that is a smaller size and massing. The house in its revised plan is brought 3 feet closer to Pacific Coast Highway. That's not going to help with the view situation. It's already above my eye line. If it's brought closer, it's going to obscure it more. So I think we have a situation where the appellants have tried to express opinions. They've tried to get the city to resolve the fence situation, and they failed to do so. And so we have an inappropriate MND that's based on an unpermitted and basically inappropriate fence in material and position. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to council. Who wants to
I
start?
have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
A question for the city attorney. So there was an argument made about the what appears from the perspective of the appellant and about the inconsistencies between the approach to the updated ADU ordinance, which I believe is the Planning Commission is moving. They had recently approved that, and the approach to in this project. Can you kind of help me understand, is that an inconsistency?
Mayor Pro Tem, no. So actually, we use the same legal background for both the ADU ordinance recitals and the Coast Highway staff report. I think the general plan and LCP policies, as Councilmember Whalen pointed out, direct the city to preserve and enhance scenic values to the maximum extent possible and preserve existing views where feasible. And where there is the evaluation of coastal scenic resources and the city's duty to preserve them is a fact-intensive analysis. It is not a one-size-fits-all situation. And so in the scenario where you have an already existing single-family residence on a site and development has already been allowed there in the ADU context, the facts are very different than in the current scenario that we're discussing, where the site is vacant and development has not yet occurred on site. And so evaluation of the preservation of the coastal scenic resources is going to be very different in those two scenarios. And the city has to balance the preservation of coastal scenic resources with the mandate of allowing property owners to make use of their property.
second question is there is an argument made about that and I guess maybe the argument would be that if we apply the neighborhood compatibility standards, we should be looking at the best like for like property would be the one next to it. Can you help me understand how, because I don't know what the specific, whether, I think neighborhood compatibility was the issue at hand that was raised in the context of this. So can you help me understand how we look at neighborhood compatibility? Is it just about the one project next to it, or help me understand that argument?
Yeah. So to answer your question, no, neighborhood compatibility is not just the next door neighboring property. And I think and I just wanted, I think for the record, I wanted to clarify, and it's pointed out in the staff report, but I saw some of the comments that came in, there's confusion. So 31461 Coast Highway and 31497 Bluff Drive are the same property. And I think there was some confusion about that. The staff report analyzes how that property is different. And we heard that from the architect and the constraints on that site. So we look at more than just the next door property because property constraints vary by the specific property. And so we take an overall valuation of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
I have a question about that. The Shop-off property referenced, Megan, is bigger than the next to the Arena property or not? And what's the size of that home? Do you recall? Yeah. Pardon me?
Same size.
Same size with same size property lot line, of course.
Tony Reyna equally, he owned both properties. He equally divided the properties. Shop-offs were approved for a house of habitable floor area just under 7,000 square feet. I think
How many feet?
6,000 something.
6,000.
Yeah,
And
from
yours
what I
is,
remember.
okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a balance when you mentioned, Megan, that the property rights versus the viewscape and what can be protected feasibly. So that's an interpretive thing to say, could be a 10,000 square foot house or 12,000. And that's what's necessary at the site, and what's feasible is what to save. I appreciate the 16-foot view corridor, but it seems like this is a very big house at 7,000 somehow square feet. Thank you.
Anybody have any other comments here?
Well, for myself, I think, a lot of I think all of the issues for me boil down to one, which is the public view issue. I think the rest of it has been handled with the modified project and, in terms of comparing this project to others, not just the house next door, it's not out of scale with the area, but, you look at, the design guidelines for view equity, I think that's been balanced and it says for public views under the design, this is on page 26 of the staff report, maintain view corridors when feasible, consider opportunities for public views, locate a building to retain view opportunities through side yards. So I think it's, consistent with the design guidelines because there's kind of more of a balancing there. On the open space conservation element, I think what it comes down to is you got to say, well, it's the where feasible language that appears a couple of times, right? To the maximum extent feasible in 7A, and 7M is preserve existing villas where feasible and where topography allows, new development shall be terraced below the grade of Pacific Coast Highway. So, has this been terraced below Pacific Coast Highway to the extent feasible? Question. And, does the view corridor of 16 feet do enough to preserve public views? It's all fairly subjective.
Horst, if the house was smaller,
I'll open the public hearing. Go ahead.
could it be below Coast Highway?
I would say no. I mean, and it's not about the size of the house. It's just about the topographic conditions and the fact that we have, that archaeological site, which occupies about 30% or so of the, flat building pad up there, at street level. So if we made a smaller house and we put the roof at street level or a couple feet above street level, we can't grade in that archaeological site. We can't grade in that whole area. We may be able to daylight on the south side, because there's also a cross slope, but then you have a house on an iconic, ocean. We all lived in that neighborhood for many years, and it's always been my dream to do something extraordinary on that neighborhood, which is why we put the garages at the mid-level and tried to create real architecture. It's very unassuming from the street elevation. It's single story. It's just 2 stone blocks with a simple, white roof as a canopy. It's very meditative. It speaks to, who we are as a creative community. And Tony, he wants that. He wants to create something, of enduring, lasting value that speaks to who we are as a community. But sorry, long answer to a simple question. It's, even if we made it smaller, we would still have the topographic condition. We can't grade on that northern half, where the significant archaeological site is. So what we try to do instead is we try to, enhance that area and make it something that the public can actually experience, by creating the crushed seashell and the tall grasses and using the indigenous rock and speak, to the history of the site. So that's how we approached it. But even if we made the house smaller, we'd still have the same constraints.
How much living space is above the garage?
I could take a look at the plans, but that's the entrance. It's probably 1,500 or so. I have the plans here. I can take a look at it.
So I guess that's the question, Bob. It can be done.
Yeah.
It just needs to be smaller.
Yeah, I mean, most of the opens, most of the upper level is courtyard, and it's the driveway that goes down to the garage. It's the the view corridor, the 16-foot view corridor. There's not a lot of architecture, up there at that level. It's mostly, our thought was, how do you create an interesting procession from the street to the house by using, courtyards and, walking through exterior landscape space. One thing I would mention, though, with the 3-foot reduction, we did some preliminary calculations, and when you lower a house into the ground 3 feet, and on average, we have a 30-foot height limit. We're 10 feet in the front and maybe 25 feet in the back. We've reduced the appearance of mass by about 15 feet. 3 feet doesn't sound like a lot, but when you sink the house into the ground 3 feet, you do significantly reduce the appearance of mass.
Mark, help me understand. So what's your point about the 15? So let's assume for the sake of discussion that it's 1,500 square feet.
The garage is at mid-level, so above the garage. Above the garage is roughly 1,500 square foot of habitable space.
Oh, so you're saying.
So you have to grade down to the garage.
Okay.
That's your biggest challenge, right? You have to grade down, get the car down there, and you can only, there's a limit on how much you can grade. So my question was, how much building or habitable space is above that garage?
I
you
got
answered
lucky.
me.
It is 1,500 square
Oh,
feet.
look at that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess I agree with Bob. The key here is, and this was sort of the crux of the issue when we talked about this last time, was public view impacts. This is tough because I grew up going down, going on this lot as if it was like a vacant, because it was a vacant lot, and that's how I look at this. But up here on the council, we're in a quasi-judicial function. Our job here is to apply the rules in the most fair way possible to respect the property rights of the individuals and the communities, and apply the extensive design guidelines that we have here. And so I'm prepared to approve the project in front of me. I don't, if it were up to me, we would go and buy this and build a park there, but we can't do that. It's another person's property right. And I think that when, I think the staff. The resolution does a really good job on each of the different issues. I think it's going to be a beautiful, now I'm taking off my quasi judicial hat. I think it's going to be a beautiful piece of architecture, and I'm excited to see that. I think that this meets the criteria, so I'm ready to approve this project and deny the appeal.
So kind of going back to Mark's question, I mean, so if you eliminated some of that space above the garage, would that create
Correct.
views?
Correct.
So you might have a view corridor, and then you might have
Well, yeah,
another
actually, it
view
would
of
be
the
built
top.
below, it would be built below Coast Highway.
So it is feasible. So what you're saying.
That's what I'm struggling
Yeah.
with. I
Yeah.
love the design. I love the house, but when I look at the language in here where feasible,
Yeah, it is feasible. And you're saying that that would make it the same size as the shop off next door.
so it would eventually, it would be a 6,000 square foot house.
Yes, same as the shop offs.
Roughly.
So that's not a taking or anything. It's still, the property is still pretty damn big house. And whether it's lived in by the owner or not, or sold, it's a big property and a big house. So I'm in favor of that solution, taking that living space down and providing the view corridor, because once it's gone forever.
I hate to do this to you, Megan. But where feasible, is there any other way to define where feasible? I mean, I know, but I'm just asking from a legal point of view.
We defer to the language of the policy documents, which say feasible. There are design guidelines that are intended to help you interpret your policy documents, which we have into place. And to the extent that those further, I would say, so it's not necessarily the language of feasible, but whether our existing design guidelines have interpreted feasible in a certain way that the council has adopted through those design guidelines. And I'm going to look at staff to help with that. But I think that is that to the extent that prior councils have adopted those policies, we would also be subject to the limitations or the policy directions therein for purposes of fairly implementing the rules. So, and I don't know if Amber.
But are the design guidelines specific to this particular condition, or aren't they more broad?
The design guidelines specifically discuss protection of public views, and they discuss it in this context of protection where feasible, maximize where feasible, and they provide for, they have very specific language about providing for public view corridors. Our staff's opinion is that that's been achieved here.
I think the open space conservation element, we've repeated this a couple of times. New development along Pacific Coast Highway shall preserve existing views where feasible and where topography allows, which it allows, and it's feasible. New development should be terraced below the grade of Pacific Coast Highway. That's what it says. So I think we're on solid ground in making that determination.
I'm not too comfortable trying to redesign the house up here. I don't feel like that's really our job. If you go two houses down, you get a giant view blocker called Laguna Royale. Let's talk about taking views. That takes a huge chunk of views. We're talking about a 17-foot wide corridor through there. I mean, I personally think it's okay. I mean, people don't like it when people build on lots that haven't been built on before. I get that, but I'm not into redesigning the house, so I agree with Alex.
So Megan, you're saying that the design guidelines we should read those as providing interpretation of our open space element and land use element? Is that?
Correct. I think that they further implement your open space element and land use element.
Can I ask Horace another question? I mean, is it, with respect to this top level, this 1,500 square feet, is it possible to create another view corridor by reducing, not eliminating that top level, or is that not feasible?
Councilmember Whalen, I would, of course, everything's possible. I mean, we could reduce the upper level, and we could make that view corridor wider. But those two houses that were most recently approved went through this whole process north of Laguna Real. They went through that process under the same conditions and requirements that we're talking about this evening. And the governing body at the time determined that those two houses, one, the biggest side yard view corridor is 8 feet. Ours is 16 feet. One house is 7 feet above Coast Highway. The other one's 9.5. We're going to be 7 feet above Coast Highway. So those houses were approved under the same conditions that we're talking about this evening, and they were judged to meet the criteria. And we're being, I'm hearing some opposing arguments. I mean, clearly there's a house right above the city hall that we've all seen where the roof is, basically at dirt level. I mean, should someone buy a $20 million property and have to live in substandard conditions because, we have an archaeological site that that we can't grade in. So we've turned it into something beautiful to get back to the city. And now you're telling us that our roof has to be at dirt level? I mean, who wants to live that way? That's unreasonable. That's unfeasible, infeasible. And it's inconsistent with what's been approved, given the same criteria that we're dealing with this evening. It's heartbreaking.
Well, I guess digressing to another point for a moment, is this, if this project is challenged, is there an indemnification agreement I don't see language in the resolution, but is there an indemnification agreement in place?
The indemnification agreement is, yes. So, well, the agreement's not yet in place. It's a condition on the project, and I will find it for you if you give me just a moment. I hope I'm directing you to the right spot because I'm just using my search feature at this point. But I am looking at what I believe is section 7 of the resolution.
What page?
And so this is, sorry, with so many documents, I'm looking at today's staff report. So, and I think that this is on page 36 of the PDF, 33 of the resolution, section 7. So it must be in another document, but it is referencing that DRB resolution 23-1070 has an indemnity in place. So we have to cross-reference that with the existing resolution. But for clear, we can also make that part of the motion just to be crystal clear that there is an indemnification provision required.
Okay. I'm sorry, where is that? I'm not seeing it in the resolution. I guess we can add it to the motion. What page of the resolution?
Page 30, it's 36 of the PDF or of the staff report for today, 33 of the resolution itself. And it says it denies the appeal, section 7, upholds the design reviews project reflected in DRB 23-1070 and modifies the project as with the following more restrictive conditions. And clarifies that the indemnity is already addressed in section 8 in resolution 23-1070.
Okay, all right, I see that. Um, Well, I suppose, I mean, this is a difficult one. I mean, I guess if you take the city attorney, so that if you go to page 26 of the staff report, page number 23 of the resolution, if we're to look at the design review guidelines as interpretive of our land use element and housing element, land use element and open space element language, it says for public views, design objective 15.6, maintain view corridors where feasible. Consider opportunities for public views and locate a building to retain view opportunities through side yards. So, and then it goes on to state on the following page, the modified project has taken into account public views by considering opportunities for public views and locating the building to retain view opportunities through side yards. I don't really know what the right answer is on this one, to be honest with you. I wish we weren't faced with this choice. But if you take the design guidelines as interpretive of that, I suppose you could reach the conclusion that you're in compliance with your land use element and your housing and your, I'm sorry, open space element. But I don't know, Mark, where you're coming out on it either. It is a wider side yard than any of the others, but is that enough? I guess is the question.
The problem I'm having is the language, even the page that you just referred to on page 26. It keeps on saying where feasible. Or whenever possible.
Where are you marking? Page 26. Okay, got it. Okay. Thank you. And it's possible.
Could I ask Horst another question? Can he come back up for a question?
Public hearing. Horst.
So, Horst, you've expressed your view about lowering it down, the entire structure down below Coast Highway, but if you were to, and you're down to 7 feet, I know you came down from 10 to 7. If you were to take kind of back to some of the dialogue I was having with the appellant, if you were to take it down to like, say, 5 feet, where a average sized person could look over the top and you'd see some ocean right through the whole thing, what does that involve? Is that, how do you view that?
That's a great question. So, we wanted to come back here and get an approval this evening. So we wanted to push the house down as far as we could. We also feel it's important that this house does not look like other houses, along Coast Highway where you see garages, and don't see architecture. We want this house to be about architecture, about, the archaeological site and how that kind of factors into the history and the culture of the site. A long answer to a simple question, but so since the garage is subterranean at the mid-level, and our constraints are that our driveway, our descending driveway, according to city standards, can slope 10% in the first 20, then 14% after that. Right now, relative to Coast Highway, the 3 foot was as low as we can go, which is why we also pulled the house 3 foot closer to Coast Highway, because the neighbors who live up on Holly, who were appealing us, both of those things help them, and you saw the images. But yeah, another topographic constraint. We could probably go down another foot and make it, but we looked at it, very, very detailed, and that was the constraint that we came up with. We just can't push that driveway with any more slope, just given the city's slope requirements, maximum slope requirements.
I don't have the plan in front of me, but could there be anything reconfigured on that top level to allow a larger corridor?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would be lying to you if I stood up here and said, no. I mean, there's a million and one things that can be done, you know, and I think where we leave it is we've got 1,500 square feet on the upper level. You know, in terms of mass and scale, is that, you know, consistent with the pattern of development? I would say those, you know, if we use those two houses north of the Riviera as a paradigm, houses that got approved recently, went through this process, they've got a lot more program than that, than 1,500 square feet. But yeah, I mean, the answer is yes, absolutely.
And I understand your point, Horst. So I really like this design a lot.
I appreciate that.
I would like this to happen, but I have to deal with what's in front of me in these documents. The houses that were approved previously, I wasn't up here at the time, and that's why I'm struggling with this. It's not, I'm not enjoying this.
Yeah, and no, it's not enjoyable, you know, for Tony. You know, this has been a 5-year process.
Yeah.
We did an initial study.
And
you know, everything.
I'm a property rights guy, you know.
You've always
and-
been.
But I have the language in these documents, and I mean, me and Bob are trying to work our
Yeah.
way through it. That's what.
And all that I would say, and I'm not going to keep on talking, is that there were reasonable people sitting in these chairs. There was a reasonable people, you know, working with the staff at the time that determined that those two houses, most recently constructed, that I feel represent, you know, the paradigm in terms of the, you know, manifestation of the you know, code requirements that we're dealing with. Those reasonable people thought that those houses were, you know, met that criteria, and our project, you know, looking through that lens is actually much better. And we're not only creating a view corridor, we're highlighting and framing an archaeological site in such a way that it becomes, you know, becomes part of the public experience.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I please address the council?
No.
Well, and I'd like to hear from
Oh,
him.
do you have a question? Okay, he has a question.
The previous houses north of Laguna Royale have been brought up now a number of times. That's a site that had a previous house on it. It was a house that had a high ridge line on it. And if you looked at the before and after pictures of what the coastal view was, it's basically the same. So I don't think that this is a similar issue. That was not maintaining a view. In fact, it was maintaining a view. It was maintaining a lack of view that was there because of the previous house that was there. So this is an apples and oranges comparison. In this case, you're talking about a view that you have an opportunity to maintain by instructing the applicant to have a smaller footprint. Thank you.
Well, I guess where I'm at is I think, you know, Horace had mentioned it might be possible to lower it another foot. I'm, you know, we've just got a tough code here with, you know, lots of subjectivity to it, and it's hard to know, you know, when you've met the subjective standard really. I would like to see the upper level reduced somewhat to create maybe another view corridor, not eliminated. You know, see if the house can be lowered another foot, which gets it down to about a 6-foot level. I mean, I think, you know, it's just, like I've said it before, this is a difficult one. I think it's, you know, it's not clear under our code where we've cleared the bar. But I think if we created another something of a view corridor by reducing the upstairs level, the top level, from 1,500 feet down to a smaller footprint, I could approve it.
I will agree with that.
So Bob, what is your specific, if they reduce it a foot?
Well, I mean, Horst said he could, you know, maybe Horst could come up and speak to
No
this,
public
but he said he could reduce it a foot. But I don't know whether you have any ideas on the upper level, Horst.
You know, just to make it easy, because it has been such a long process, you know, why don't we agree? We have a 16-foot side yard area that's a view corridor. If you wanted us to make that 20, you know, we could we could get that, Bob. I mean, you know, if you wanted us to make it bigger than that, you know, I think we'd all like to see some sort of, you know, conclusion to this. It's been such a long, it's like,
No, I agree. I
it's
understand.
like Jerry Garcia once said, you know, what a long, strange trip it's been. It's been 5 years. You know, I mean, if 4 feet, you know, gets your vote, we'll make it a 20-foot view corridor, and it'll be 3 times the size of the houses north of the Riviera, or your vote. Yeah, Mark.
I'd kind of look to Mark to, you're more.
So you're just talking about reducing the square footage of the upper level?
No, like, for example, right now we have a 16-foot wide, you know, view corridor on the north side. If you wanted that to be 20, we'd agree to 20. We'd find some way of reducing, you know, the upper level. If you wanted it to be 22, we'll make it 22. You know, we just, I mean, that, you know, at that point, those 2 houses north of the Riviera, the biggest side yard setback they have is 8 foot.
Yeah. Could you do 24?
60. Yeah, we can do 24.
Okay, I'd be
There
okay
you
with
go.
that.
There
Yeah.
you go.
We'll find some way of making that 24 work. There's,
Okay,
That's,
good.
or 20.
Is that the compromise? 24? You comfortable with that? Okay.
so the motion would be to, what would we be doing? Denying the appeal, but adding the conditions,
Yep.
the more restrictive conditions?
I'm very much looking forward to the comprehensive code update, so we don't have to be in these positions where we're designing from the dais
Yeah,
with these
absolutely.
subjective
I
criteria.
don't like
So,
that designing from the
but-
dais.
And for clarification, I would just ask that the motion include to adopt the resolution that's before you that denies the appeal and sustains the design review finding, modifies the project, and adopts the M&D and associated mitigation monitoring program as modified, with the more restrictive conditions, which we would add into the resolution and that section 7 that lists the more restrictive conditions.
Okay, so we'd adopt the resolution. The more restrictive conditions would be to lower the house by a foot, increase the view corridor to 24 feet. And that's it, right?
So do
Okay,
we just need a
that-
second?
That'd be the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay, we're not done yet.
staff. Thank you, Horst.
We're not done yet.
Thank
We
you.
have another.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you so
Thank
much.
you.
Really
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
One more, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, one more thing. Mark, you have a council member item?
Oh. Okay.
Yes. I just wanted to see if we could halt the CEQA analysis for the pickleball courts and include it in either the CIP or the facilities master plan.
And also look at, because this is Mark and I are doing this together, so we're the 2 council members, and also look at potentially leveraging that money to get heat pump air conditioning for the units at Vista Aliso, which would allow for dual pane windows, because right now a lot of the people don't have. So I don't want to get into the substance of it, but that's the item that the 2 of us have. So how do we go forward?
So under your new policy for placement of council member items, so with 2 of you, that would come back as a staff report item so that you could discuss the substance of that for purposes of then getting a third to place the full item on for action.
So the question is now, if we have a third,
You can skip the intermediary step.
do we have a third?
Yeah, I'm
I-
okay with that.
I don't understand what the proposal is. Can you say it again?
I think the proposal is not to do the CEQA analysis on these other sites, because Mark and my position is that we want to do that as part of the facilities master plan or the CIP, not piecemeal. And then the second component is potentially reallocating those dollars, because the council direction was, how do we figure out how to actually mitigate the noise impacts for the residents of Vista Aliso? And to us, the solution is dual pane windows, which you can't do because a lot of the residents, in some cases you can, but a lot of the residents during the summer months, it gets really hot and they don't have AC. So potentially leveraging using that money to get there's all these tax credits now for heat pumps. And so that would allow us to do the dual pane windows, which would address the noise considerations.
Well, I hope the master facilities plan comes back with a plan to move those pickleball courts, which should happen. They're in the wrong place. Okay.
So is there
Yeah.
a third?
Yeah.
You're supporting that
Yes,
too?
I support it. Yeah.
Okay, so we have 3.
Okay.
So it'll come back.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're adjourned. Yep.
We're adjourned.
We're adjourned.
Here.
We are done. Till